the new Modus Super Series champion. Yes!
What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is! That shot wins week 6!
Maximum checkout.
He's done it!
Oh, this is exceptional. He's been threatening all day. That was absolutely sensational. It's the treble 19. 2 12s. Jason Heaver is a man on a mission.
That is incredible from the silencer.
Look at this from Heaver. Oh, what a moment, what a time. Treble and single acquired for Thomas. And so, it's double top.
When he gets his eye in, he's deadly. For Hubbard, it's when, and it's now. That is monstrously impressive. There's a mean look in his eye once again at sixes. And he puts it right to take us the distance. This is encapsulating stuff.
Well, that is the question, isn't it? And it is the final day to see who is going to qualify for tomorrow night's bumper session of darts, double session tomorrow, but we're going to see who's going to qualify through to finals night here, live and exclusive on Pluto TV. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to Friday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where it is Martin C. Thomas who is top of the Group C table going into Friday's action, whilst the defending champion Jess Smith has got work to do if he's going to qualify through to Saturday night. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is with us once again on this Friday to look ahead to all of the action. You look at the way this table's set. Martin Thomas is top of the table. He was the best player yesterday, but by no means is it a guarantee that he makes it through.
No, a 4-point gap is great, and it's something that you feel you have to protect early. There is this likelihood that some players would be quite defensive at the start of play. Martin's experience would surely tell us that he will not be like that. He'll want to go all guns blazing in the first couple of rounds, make sure he gets to 14 points and put all the pressure on everybody else.
Well, last night Group B got underway and it was the Highlander John Henderson who topped the table following the first night's worth of play. 6 points to his name. Him and Jamie Owens both on that mark. And if you take out Kevin Paint, it was really competitive between the top four in that group.
Yeah, it was a weird old night, really. I think Heenahan played better than 4 points, but he was derailed by a somewhat perplexing double two. Spivey didn't play anywhere near his best, but still managed 4 points. But I was really impressed with John. He didn't win his first game. He would win the next three, but it was important in his first game that he gained a bit of confidence mid-match to realise how well he could play, because he hasn't played a great deal recently, and I was very impressed with the way he was able to respond after a first game defeat.
Well, it might well be a photo finish in Group C. It was a photo start to the session. The 6 players getting a photo taken by our players marshal Gary Powell before the session got underway. Fair to say there's a fair bit of camaraderie in the room, but they might be enjoying each other's company now, but it's going to get very serious in a few moments' time. Yeah,
it's always been the case in this sport. You can be pals or just dart players in the same room at the start, but when we say toe the hockey, you're just a name that I have to get rid of. And it's always got to be one game at a time. You can't be looking forward to round 4 at the start of play and trying to pick out certain things that you need to do. You just got to do one step at a time. First game, let's take care of that and see what the feed-on effect is.
So, Martin Thomas, top of the table, top of the betting, no surprises there. Both Jess Smith and Joshua Burksfield, they're on 6 points respectively in the group, and Jeff at 7-2 in comparison to the 13-2 of Joshua. And I suppose that's mainly down to his experience and mainly down to the fact that he's tasted success here recently.
Yes, it is. Sometimes the odds compilers can get a little bit carried away with people's reputation, but on this occasion, they obviously think it's going to be Burksfield or Smith alongside Martin Thomas in the reckoning. Watch out for Jason Heaver, though. If he plays the way he did in his final 3 matches yesterday, he's someone who could go through the card today and spring a surprise. He's got to make good decisions, though.
It is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series throughout the course of the afternoon, throughout the course of the week. Right, shall we get into the action? Yeah, I think we will. And we're going to kick off with a meeting between Zeboom and Joshua Burksfield. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with Josh. Joshua, must be really pleased with the opening day that you had. 3 wins out of 5 and very much in the mix going into today.
Yeah, it felt good. I was a bit nervous, obviously, coming into this week. And it was just getting in and trying to get myself comfortable, especially new atmosphere, new environment, stuff like that. It was brilliant just to be on that stage. That stage is lovely.
Is it fair to say like this is the first time you've done anything like this for yourself?
Yes, it's definitely the first time. But obviously I played county and stuff like that, but this is completely different.
So let's get to know you a little bit better. So where did the journey for darts begin, and how has it kind of got you to this point?
Yeah, so obviously I just started in like local leagues. From local leagues, I've played in like Middlesex Youth. Then I progressed to like Middlesex County. Then I did development tour for a good number of years, and then went into like challenge tour. Had to step away for a little bit due to reasons like work and stuff like that. And now I'm sort of relaxed and more comfortable just playing, and and now I'm here.
And in terms of the opportunity, and the opportunity you definitely got today because of the points you got on the board, this could potentially be one of the best weeks of your darting life, couldn't it?
Yeah, 100%. But at the same time, I've still got a job to do. The guys in there are brilliant, and it's just one of them things. You just got to carry on and keep plugging.
You've had a smile on the face throughout the course of the evening. I feel like we're just not going to wipe it off at any point this week, are we?
No, definitely not. It's just I'm just enjoying it, and this is amazing. The atmosphere is good, and when you get up on the stage, just do your job and go home, sort of thing.
Well, I wish you all the best. Go well, Joshua. Good luck.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Joshua finds himself in action up against Zeboom in the opening match of this Friday afternoon session here in Portsmouth. 6 points to his name following the opening day's worth of play for the man who plays his county darts for Middlesex. For Zerizo, he may well be somebody we become very well acquainted to here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, making his debut here this week, but because of his positioning on the ADC European Tour of Merit, he's in a very good position to qualify for the Global Championship, to qualify back here next year. Joshua, 30 years of age from Middlesex, making his debut in this competition, and the way he played yesterday, you get the sense it may not be the last time we see him here. As was Zeboom, the 35-year-old from Rotterdam in the Netherlands. He will be hoping to pick up some wins and pick up a couple of scalps along the way. Qualifying through is not an impossibility, but he's going to have to be perfect if he is going to make it through to the final day's worth of play. George Baker is presiding over proceedings this afternoon, and his first task will be to call Joshua Burksfield to the hockey.
Joshua to throw first.
Paul Nicholson is alongside me here in the commentary box. So Joshua Burksfield, really good first day for him yesterday, and now looking to finish the job off and try and qualify through to finals night on debut.
43.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a dream, wouldn't it? Making finals night on debut. He looked like he was having the time of his life when he was talking to you.
140.
First thing I noticed today is that after he mentioned to you, Henry, that he's played Middlesex Youth, Middlesex County, he's wearing Middlesex
57.
purple today. Historically, that is the predominant colour of the county of Middlesex when they play inter-county darts. So that is a premeditated colour.
The last person to have such an attachment to Middlesex was Phil Tufnell.
85.
Or Mark Ramprakash.
Oh, he was a player as well, wasn't he?
Yes, he certainly was. Great batsman.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind Phil
81.
Tufnell at the top of the bowling attack and Mark Ramprakash at the top of the batting.
I thought they play their cricket at Lords.
They do, yes.
Yeah, it's not a bad home to have. Well, this is the Lords of amateur darts.
100.
Who's going to be the Lord of the board here today? It's not going to be Keelan Kay, of course, because that's his nickname.
44.
You haven't seen Keelan here for a little while now. Our friend from down in Plymouth. But for Cerezo, our friend from Rotterdam, he's left himself a 156 after a dozen darts to
46.
get an
Zarizo,
early
you
break
require
and throw in the opening
156.
leg of this contest. Well, now just looking to leave things as
39.
handily as he
Joshua,
possibly
you require
can and hopeful that
170.
Joshua Burksfield cannot take out the big fish to kick off the day. Well, he's not up to that particular task, but Cerezo really unable to clean things up.
100.
The 156
Zarizo,
still
you
on
require
a
117.
free darter.
Yeah, he really should be a little bit further south than this. Giving Joshua a
57.
chance of his fifth
Joshua, you
consecutive
require
leg
70.
against Zeboom in this group after beating him 4-0 yesterday.
Well, there's one dart in his hand, a double 16.
Game shot on the first
And that
leg,
goes
Joshua
as clean
Burksfield.
as a whistle to get the day's action underway. A 7-visit leg, but a leg in the ledger
Second leg
of
is
Joshua
Zarizo to
Burksfield
throw
nonetheless, but
first.
one that
Game on.
Cerezo will probably look back at and think, well, that's a break that I really should have taken.
We shouldn't really be that
81.
surprised that Burksfield has taken that shot out at first time of asking, because he was the best doubler yesterday. 18 from 43 attempts is very good indeed. Just shy of 42%.
The highest checkout of yesterday's session, the 137. In terms of his scoring, well,
59.
that's where the finishing had to bail him out. 83.5 was his average yesterday over the course of the 5 matches, which actually, when you compare it to everybody else, was the 4th highest of the session.
96.
But it was that proficiency on the outer ring which got him the 3 wins. And in fact, the 2 games he lost, he still only lost by a 4-3 margin. So he's been competitive. He's been there or
60.
thereabouts in every single game that he's played so far.
Let's not forget as well that when he played his first game on the stage yesterday, he had a dart for the match against Jeff Smith.
84.
He thought he had 24 left when he had 22 left. He went for the wrong double, missed it on the outside, and he didn't get another look.
44.
But it didn't deter him. That's a very impressive thing. For some people, they make that one cataclysmic error, and the rest of their day is ruined. Mentality of Burksfield yesterday was excellent.
85.
Well, Joshua spoke to me about that earlier on this morning, and he got a few messages from friends yesterday saying you need to buy
59.
a calculator, pal.
Joshua, you require 140.
Let's not get carried away. He's not exactly the worst counter in the world. He did a lot right yesterday. He made one error.
Well, he was saying to me earlier on this morning that his brain just had a moment
60.
where he thought for some reason he had 78 left and not 76. And he was saying he was contemplating the double 19, but then all of a sudden his brain was
93.
kind of playing tricks with him, and he
Joshua,
just
you
had one of
require
those moments.
80.
That's what pressure does. You put yourself in this situation for the first time, and all of a sudden your body chemistry's different.
Got to be careful not to catch it. Goes high, and now looks at tops, and it just drops
60.
low.
Zarizo, you require 105.
Looking good. Double 16.
73.
Can't hit back.
Joshua, you require 20.
Burksfield is now looking for his 6th leg against the Dutchman.
$10. Zarizo, you require 30.
This really should be a tied game now. We're living in a very
Game shot
tight
in the
margin
second leg.
game here, and
Zarizo's
that's so
Zeboom.
tight that Zizi had to look at that one twice.
Third leg is Joshua to throw first. Game
Just
on.
clip the wire, but clip the wire the right side for Zarizo, and we're back on level terms at 1 apiece. As far as his day was concerned
60.
yesterday, he was just comprehensively outscored, had the lowest running average of the 6 players. Actually, when he got a chance at a double, he was fairly proficient. 9 hits and 23 attempts, 36% in terms of his doubling for the day yesterday. But just found himself behind the 8 ball on just far too many occasions in legs, which is why the opportunities he was
57.
afforded was as finite as that.
The crux of ZZ's week is, we've seen how good he can be, but unfortunately,
95.
consistency is not his strong suit at this stage. Still only in his mid-30s. He's got plenty of time to try and figure that out. But he was
140.
the ultimate coupon buster yesterday, beating Jeff Smith when he was bottom of the table at the same time that Smith was top.
100.
And he'd lost 15 games leading into that game in a row. So trying to figure Zeboom out is like trying to predict the weather in 2032. Right now.
Well, I reckon some days it might be
60.
sunny, some days it might rain, and maybe the odd bit of snow.
A little bit of a light drizzle.
40.
Every now and again, there's a downpour of big scoring and very good finishing from Zeboom. But you can't predict when it's going to happen.
$60. Zarizo, you require 146.
Well, 146 here for Zarizo to open up a 2-1 lead. Not to be this time, and so Burksfield will
56.
have a look at the 1-2-4
Joshua, you require
to
124.
re-establish the ascendancy. Every leg so far in this match going with throw.
10-ton plus checkouts yesterday. Two of them
50.
came from Burksfield,
Louisa,
but he's
you
not
require
adding to his
90.
tally right here. This is not an easy single 20. He's got it. Has he got the ball?
65. Joshua,
Not to
you
be
require
a dart to
74.
break has come and gone for Zarizo. What could Joshua make of this 74 to get his nose in front 2-1? He's going to get a dart at double top.
54.
And that just drops low.
Zarizo, you require 25.
This could be really good news for the chasing pack. And for ZZ, if he can take this out. But he's only got one.
No score.
He's got too many.
Joshua, you require 20.
So back to double 10 to put his nose in front again.
Game shot. on the
Every
third
leg so far
Joshua
going with throw.
Burksfield.
Burksfield leads 2-1.
We didn't have any games like this yesterday
Fourth
afternoon.
leg, it's Zarizo to throw first.
At this kind of standard. I think when you make your debut on a Thursday like
100.
yesterday for Joshua, you're playing so much within yourself. And you're not thinking about tables and averages. You're just playing the game.
60.
But when you come back for day two, one of the first things you think about is, where am I in the table? What have I actually got to do to qualify for Saturday? Because I want to play there as well.
112.
Don't be surprised if the averages go down today because of the pressure of wanting to succeed.
The Blackburn-Manchester United scenario. Do you remember back in 1995 when Blackburn and Manchester United were both prying for the Premier League title?
96.
And the pressure succumbed to both, that they both lost on the final day, and Blackburn Rovers would win the league at Anfield because Manchester United couldn't get the job done against West
97.
Ham.
My heart bleeds.
Well, they drew 1-1, sorry.
Wasn't it Jamie Redknapp who scored for Liverpool against Blackburn?
Yes. Free kick, wasn't it? Right at the very end.
It was a bit of a ripper. Alan Shearer scored that day as well, but he would ultimately get a medal around his neck.
Yeah, Sutton and Shearer. What a
100.
strike partnership they were.
Have you seen how much Joshua draws the dart through the air?
100.
It's a beautiful
Zarizo, you
technique he's got.
require
It's incredibly
92.
deliberate. I'm a big fan of it.
52.
Well, Zeboom squares up for tops when he comes back, and rather unopposed. Feels like the type of game where both players are just going to cancel each other out on throw, which
100.
Joshua won't mind,
Zarizo, you
because if that's the
require
case, then he wins this
40.
game for free.
Game shot. in
Well, that's
fourth
the best leg of the
Zarizo,
match.
Zeboom.
By 5 darts. It's not often we say that. It's been a slow start from
Fifth
both
leg is
players,
Joshua
but
to throw first. Game on.
fair play to Zizi. He's just improved it exponentially.
As you can see, not a very good game so far, with the exception of that previous leg.
95.
Yeah, you want to be in that 16 dart range most of the time. That would give you about a 94 average.
60.
Well, let's have a look at Joshua from a side-on angle.
Look how much he draws the dart up, and from where? It's from a very low position. It's close to the right
60.
thigh. Draws the dart up through a straight line, and then follow through is from the straight line as well. It's as if his right arm is on a string.
180.
It's really good technique. The only thing to remember when you're doing this, there you go, from the right thigh up and through, is to make sure that that arm is not too rigid. Because if it's too rigid,
140.
you're going to get a wide range of shots. It's got to be nice and relaxed.
43.
As for the technique of Zeboom, it's incredibly organic. But there's a lot of moving parts. But just look how still Josh's head is.
100.
That is a really good symptom of excellent technique.
81. Joshua, you require
So look at 106 to go one away from winning the opening game of the session. Should get it up, providing he stays straight. Well, just about in the 14, and we'll now have a look at double 16.
90.
Just drifts on the inside, but
Teresa, you require
Zeboom needs a perfect visit if he's
137.
going to break the throw.
Coincidentally, that's a finish that Burksfield took out yesterday.
57. Joshua,
was the
you
biggest finish of
require
this group.
16.
There's just a routine double 80 once,
Game
and
shot
he makes
the
it look
fifth leg,
routine.
Joshua
And
Burksfield.
he goes 3-2 to the good. Every leg so far going with throw.
Sixth leg,
Like
it's
you
Cerezo
said.
to throw first.
Burksfield would take that right now. He has the
60.
superior leg difference over Jeff Smith. And if he keeps picking up points, he's going to be pretty hard to stop in making the top two. It might even come down to
98.
Smith versus Burksfield in the final round of the group.
100.
We speculated yesterday that that game could indeed be a shootout to see who joins Martin Thomas in Saturday. Time will tell. You'll have to stay with us on Pluto TV to see if that is the case.
140.
Big one for that. Just as Burksfield was asking a question or two with a Zeboom throw. Is it a game that looks absolutely destined to go to a last leg decider?
133.
Or is that 133 just tilted the scales in the favour of Joshua?
60.
Interesting play that.
Joshua, you
263
require
goes
130.
19s. He stays there for dart 3 because he knows if he hits a single, he leaves this, which is a shot he wants to hit to win.
And he's going to get a look at the ball.
105.
And he has now had a match start to win this game that has come and gone. To save the game, Zeboom's not going to find the 141, and so Joshua Burksfield will come back. He's going to have a look at 25 to wrap up a 4-2 win.
His
Joshua, you
best
require
doubles
25.
yesterday were in the bottom half of the board. 10s and 8s and 16s. He's going to go down south, but too
No
far
score.
south.
Zerizo, you require
He's done the
100.
Paul Hogan. Well, now he's going to have to recover a treble 19. Well, he went treble 15 to
40.
leave the bullseye there, Zerizo.
Joshua, you require 25.
Burksfield already missed a match dart at the bullseye. Now comes back for 25 to wrap it up by a 4 legs to 2 margin. Well, he's only going to get 1 match dart, and that match dart's going to be a double 2.
Now he's unsettled, and he's checking with the referee to see what he's left. I think after what happened yesterday, that was a very, very good plan.
21. Zariza, you require 16.
Well, this is to take us all the way to a last leg decider, and it's felt like the type of game that has been absolutely destined for leg 7. Double 10 means that we are going to head all the way.
Zeboom.
Well, it's a bit of a slow burner to get us started.
Final leg is Joshua to throw first.
But Joshua
Game on.
Burksfield won't care about the performance if he can pick the points up here.
But how does he react to the fact that he's had his
45.
chance to win it already? Let's face it, what kind of pressure is ZZ under right now?
140.
How many people watching this on Pluto TV right now, stick your hands in the air, do you genuinely think he's going to qualify today? I know that we sit on the fence a lot and we give everybody the respect they deserve, but he's bottom of the table after day 1.
140.
Who genuinely thinks he's going to succeed? Not many. So what pressure is he
59.
under? He probably thinks he's got too much to do. He's walking around the stage thinking, oh, okay, I'm going to enjoy this today. As for Burksfield, it's very different for him because he starts in a
60.
progressional position.
$80.
Well, finds the trouble the last time, following the first 2 he needed to. Keeps himself interested, but it's still advantage Burksfield, even more so now after that first treble. If he finds another one, then he's got full
140.
command of this leg. Want to finish where he only needs the 1 treble to give himself another match dart.
This feels like the first game of yesterday, when James Hubbard
26.
could have won 4-0. He won 4-1 and felt
Joshua, you require
stronger
116.
that he'd come through adversity in the end. Burksfield could feel exactly the same.
Triple E's double 18 for the match. It's a winner with a ton topper,
80.
but he has got time on his side.
There's a little bit of extra sheen on his forehead today. That is a sign
100.
of expectation and
Joshua,
the
you
pressure
require
of Fridays at the
36.
Super Series.
Well, this to wrap it up. Double 18. Now across for double 9. He's already hit it in this game, but that was accidentally.
32.
And they felt incredibly nervy.
Now there could be a change.
Zariza, you require 96.
This would be his biggest finish of the group.
A big finish to finish.
Game
Yes,
start
it
and
is.
match. Zariza
And so this
Zeboom.
Zeboom has got the better with Joshua Burksfield by 4 legs to 3. A victory for him, but a defeat which could be so costly for Burksfield, who had a handful of match starts to go on and win that contest. But it is the Dutchman who makes it a winning start to his day, a 4-3 success. Coming up next, Martin Thomas takes on James Hubbard. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Hello again, and welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where before the break you would have seen Zeboom get the better of Joshua Burksfield by 4 legs to 3. Second up, it is Martin Thomas, who can open up a temporary 6-point gap at the top of the table for the second and third respectively, if he can get the better of James Hubbard in his opening game of the session. Martin won all 5 of his games yesterday, and he looked very impressive in doing so. A man who has played here on many an occasion, has had some success, the 53-year-old, 3 times a weekly semi-finalist up against James Hubbard, who made the semi-finals in his previous appearance here, the 33-year-old, who, in terms of yesterday, I think he'll be the first to admit he was a little bit under par for the kind of expectations that we set for him. And in terms of the race for qualification, well, he now finds himself bottom of the table because of that win for Zerizo before the break. Qualifying through, he's going to have to probably complete the card if he's going to have any kind of realistic chance. But I don't think he'll be thinking that lofty yet. I think he'll be looking at putting in a campaign which will just give him something positive to think about for the end of the year.
100.
Let's try and dissect what that first result does for the people who will play in round 1 after Burksfield and ZZ. You might think originally
134.
that win for Zeboom is a bad thing for Hubbard. Weirdly, it's actually a good thing, because even though Hubbard has gone to 6th position in the table,
41.
that win for ZZ has actually kept Burksfield at 6 points, which makes it, I don't want to use the word easier. I want to say more possible for Hubbard to still get through.
180.
The tighter the table is, the better his chances are.
Correct. Now he's got to help himself
96.
by beating the person who has not suffered defeat in this table so far.
Martin was by far the most consistent performer yesterday, which is why he won all 5 of his matches. Everything he did was just so attainably good. Average of 89.21 for the session, 38% in terms of his finishing, but finds himself on the back foot here, and he may find himself broken in this opening leg. Hubbard with 2 darts at double top to get the breaker throw. And that's an 11 darter to get his day started. Well, how 2 days can contrast if that is the beginning of what's going to happen for James Hubbard today.
I've known James a long time. I used to share a room with him on tour. I know him really well.
180.
This is the kind of James Hubbard that I first saw in November of 2011. He was doing this at the World Youth Championship at the back end of that year, and everybody was paying attention.
44.
Deep, deep, deep down inside himself, he is still a world-class dart player. It's a question of getting little things right every day. That's the key
21.
to James playing well. Sometimes he can just get a little bit jumbled.
$85.
You know how chaotic this sport can be? Going from hotel to transport to hockey. Sometimes you just need a little bit of clarity.
140.
I think at the minute, James is in that mould of, okay, we need a bit of clarity. What are we doing with this?
43. James, you require
Need to
60.
just remove some pressure and just play the game. Could even be back-to-back 11s.
Double 10 for 12.
40.
Luckily for him, Martin Thomas is nowhere to be seen. He's effectively just played the role of opponent of James Hubbard so far amidst this onslaught.
140. James, you require 20. Game shot.
How
the
good is
second
this
leg,
start?
James Hubbard.
He's got Martin Thomas shell-shocked.
Third leg is Martin to throw first.
If this is how this group is going to go today, this is going to be absolute bedlam.
125.25, the average for a 12 dart leg, and that is what he's averaging per leg in this particular contest.
Here's the key to what James is doing right now. It's actually not knowing what he's just done,
86.
but it's also knowing how he's doing it. So if you get caught up in the fact that you've just thrown 24 darts to win the first couple of legs,
140.
you're thinking too much about that. What you should be thinking about is, how does the dart feel in my hand? What process am I going through? Am I breathing okay?
140.
If you're breathing well and you're gripping the dart comfortably and you're in a nice process, you can win this game 4-0 the way you're playing. But if you get caught up in the
100.
exteriors, like what you've done, how you're doing it, you'll lose track.
Effectively, remember the process, not the outcome.
Yes. It's about what you do,
42.
not
Martin,
what
you
is
got
hit.
161.
I know it seems counterproductive, but that's how you got to play the game.
Well, from counterproductiveness to a counter-attack here from Martin Thomas. This has been a
99.
really good leg on throw in a game where so far he hasn't had much of a looky, but he's left himself on 62 after 12 to at least get himself on the board in this contest.
42.
That
Martin,
shot
you
tells me
require
that
62.
maybe there needs to be a bit of work with Hubbard on the mathematics. He's a good counter. He's not an elite one.
Well, first dart to the double for Martin Thomas
42.
is not duly taken.
That's the worst dart he's thrown at tops this week so far.
$57. Martin, you require 20.
So double 10 for Thomas. Now chasing fives, and all of a sudden, what looked like a comfortable leg
Game
could have got
shot, the third
awkward, but he
leg,
manages
Martin
to
Thomas.
find the fives to get himself into the game. Back to 2-1. However, because he was broken in the opening
Fourth
leg,
is James
has
to
to
throw
find
first.
one at
Game
some
on.
point. And for Hubbard to accrue that break at the opener, this is the leg where he has to cash that advantage in.
First couple of legs, you can get that adrenaline hit.
57.
It's usually around about the 5-6 minute mark where that starts to dissipate a little bit, and you've got to be able to play the way you feel right now.
140.
You know football really well, Henry. If Hubbard was from Colombia, would it be James Hubbard?
They have had a famous James from Colombia, James Rodriguez.
93.
Yeah, he's rather good at volleying the football, isn't he?
Oh, yes, he is. Everton player. But just looking at Martin Thomas here, he's probably looking at these first couple of legs and
60.
thinking, okay, James, you get off to a quick start. I'll just keep around my pace because at some point you're going to drop off. You ain't going to be averaging 125 over 4 legs. And if you do, then I ain't got a chance of beating you. He's just using all of his experience here just to say, well, you just carry on doing your thing. I'll do my
22.
thing. And hopefully if we meet in the middle, I'll get some chances and I'll take those chances. And that's exactly what's happened now.
23.
Well, therein lies the let-off for Hubbard, who hasn't had a great scoring time of it the last couple of legs.
Well, that's a bit more productive from James.
140.
Cracking visit.
$60.
Seems to be getting back on track now.
135.
This is really good from James. When he's played his best darts in his life, the one thing he's nailed, it's how quiet he looks on the stage.
100. James
There's no
required
ferocity.
54.
There's just a calmness around him. Feels like it's there right now.
Game shot in the
And his
fourth
doubling
leg,
has
James
been
Hubbard.
really good. He's 3-1 up in his first game of the day for the second day running.
On average of 100.18 at this present moment in time for
Fifth leg is
James
Martin.
Hubbard. A complete compare and contrast to yesterday.
Game on.
Actually, after 4 legs yesterday, his average wasn't that different to this, but he just took too long to get over the line in leg 5, and his
96.
average dipped by a good 15, 16 points in the end. But this, dare I say it, for someone who's in his early 30s, it's vintage Hubbard. But this is not a
60.
best of 5 contest. This is a best of 7. You are not safe until you get the last shot in.
60.
As we said, Martin Thomas is the type of campaigner that will always dig his heels in. He doesn't know when he's beaten. I know these two have really got along
57.
with one another over the course of the last couple of days. Is it possible not to like Martin C. Thomas? He's just one of life's bubbliest characters.
84.
Yeah, he's got the same sort of attitude as Johnny Clayton. Imagine if Martin was in your darts team. Let's say, for example, you live in Aberystwyth and you're in Martin's darts team on a Wednesday night. You've had
96.
an awful day at work. And you're playing darts with Martin on a Wednesday night. If that doesn't cheer you up, I don't think anything can.
140.
Having people like him in your life is a gift.
Yeah, it's a very good vibe in the practice room. We managed to spend about 5-10 minutes in there this morning, and the stories, it's fair to say, were flying in.
Just a smidge.
81.
If this goes
James
in,
require 150.
there's going to be a party at Shea Hubbard.
But the fact he didn't take it out, and Thomas is left on tops, and I know it's only for a holder throw for Martin, but again, just posing that question of
59. Martin,
James, and we'll ask the question, can you serve it out, good sir, if he can find this double top? Because of the way his darts go in, that's an awkward dart.
Game shot in the
But
fifth
manages to
leg,
find a
Martin
dart two
Thomas.
by shuffling across, back to 3-2, and Hubbard falls to serve this game out.
Sixth leg is James to throw first. Game on.
James even mentioned this morning that the one time he played at the PDC World Darts Championship, he did play against a Welshman.
57.
Imagine your debut at the PDC Worlds being against Richie Burnett. I mean, talk about an experience.
100.
And he ended up being bruised come the end of it, which is probably not surprising you're playing against Richie Burnett.
Yes, that exclusion zone definitely comes into its own when you're playing certain people.
100.
Steady from James, but that third dart right there, that was one of his problems yesterday. He wasn't able to nestle a dart underneath a dart already in the treble 20.
140.
Thomas is able to do it to give himself a little bit of leeway here. One treble visits might not be good enough anymore for James to serve this out.
85.
Somebody's going through the gears now.
123.
If James is going to win this 4-2, you fancy he's going to have to take out 259 in 2 visits.
And you get the sense it's his best chance of winning this game is winning it 4-2, because if it goes all the way, Martin Thomas has the darts in the decider. 183 left.
95. Martin, you require
Beats it through.
138.
And in the end, leaves himself on 164. Thomas is going to find the 138 to save it. Could Hubbard find something from the cupboard and get the 164 to win it?
55.
108 was his
James, you
best
require
checkout yesterday. It
164.
wasn't his first game, and it did start on 19s. That is a really good
Martin,
third
you
dart.
require 83.
Is Thomas up to the pressure? He needs 74 with 2. He's thinking 54. And he was definitely caught in 2 minds there.
43.
Great chance for James.
You require 60.
Win this leg, win this match, and he goes back up the table.
Double top to beat the table topper. Now double 10, but he's got an open target to aim at.
50.
But 2 match darts have come and gone, and
Martin,
Martin Thomas
require
comes
40.
back looking at the target that his opponent's just missed to win the game, to send the game to a last leg decider. Again, it's awkward.
Game
But
shot
again,
the
he
sixth
finds
leg,
with a
Martin
flick of the
Thomas.
flight. And we go all the way to a last leg decider again.
First match start for James.
Seventh and
A
final
very
leg is
difficult
Martin
tops
to
from
break
the angle.
first. Game on.
He sensibly went back to the original position on the oche to go for double 10, and he just misses it on the inside. So it's not as if he snatched the dart or he panicked.
70.
It just missed.
Those very small margins that make a very big difference. And he's got no room for manoeuvre, has James Hubbard. As we said, if he's going to have a chance of making it through, you sense he's got to
43.
complete the card. Loses this game, his best points total is 10. And you get the sense that Jess Smith will equal and probably surpass that over the course of the day.
140.
Yeah, 10 points is not going to be good enough. A 140 is a must. Look how many 17 darters we've had in a row.
60.
Perhaps appropriate because Sam Fender won the Mercury Prize last night.
Well, we have gone under 17 darts.
Well, we saw some
99.
hypersonic missiles from James Hubbard at the beginning of this contest.
Did he win the Mercury Prize last night?
Did,
Oh,
yes.
well done, Sam.
At the Utility Arena in Newcastle.
Go on, kidder.
100.
I knew you'd like an artist that brings Dan Byrne out to his concerts. Brought him out with the Carabao Cup when I went to St James's Park to watch him in
85.
June.
Yeah, James is a little bit closer to Ed Sheeran country.
100.
They
Martin,
support
you require
very different football
107.
clubs. However, the back of the net might be found by Thomas here to steal this one away by 4 legs to 3.
Double top.
Game shot
Well,
and
that's
the
a
match,
brilliant
Martin
finish on
Thomas.
Martin Thomas. And he showed all of his class and experience there. James Hubbard came racing out the traps. It took him just 24 darts to win the first 2 legs, but Martin Thomas just stuck in with the task and managed to pip him at the post. He led at no point in that game, apart from the point that matters the most at the end of the last leg. He wins 4-3. Smith and Heaver's next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
McGuire,
gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Martin Thomas got the better of James Hubbard by 4 legs to 3. James came racing out the traps. It was a case of 24 darts for the first 2 legs, 11 followed by 13. But Martin Thomas would win 4-3. The defending champion, Jess Smith, well, he's got work to do today if he's going to make it through to Saturday's final. But results so far have gone in his favour. Defeat for Joshua Burksfield in the first match means that he's very much in play and in control of his own destiny. Up against Jason Heaver, the 50-year-old from Newby, twice a weekly semi-finalist. And in terms of the way he played yesterday, well, you cannot question mark the scoring prowess of the Tsunami. But it was a deluge on the doubles that was his downfall in the end. Just 14 hits on 47 attempts. 29% on the doubles all told was the reason why he finished up on 4 points. However, if he wins this one against Jess Smith, you'll have 3 players tied on 6 points in the race for the second and final qualification spot through to tomorrow night's finals. So this is a big game for the pair, and we'll learn a lot more about where the table lies come the end of this particular fixture.
If Heaver wins this game, it's very much game on in the table. It's going to be a dogfight. We'd have 3 players on 6 points and Zeboom on 4, with Hubbard languished on 2 at the foot of the table. This is a good opportunity for Jeff. He's seen Burksfield defeated. Now that
60.
Thomas is in the distance a bit, you've got to expect he's going to qualify. So Smith wants to take the lead with 4 rounds to go, and he has to beat Heaver here
100.
to get that advantage.
Well, put it this way, if Jeff Smith plays anywhere near the type of level he did yesterday, he shouldn't have any problems. Average for the session of 95.06, doubling 17 out of 47, 36%. Had 11 180s over the course of the session and 3 ton plus checkouts. It was a complete display in terms of performance, but not a complete display in terms of points for the Silencer on Thursday.
Well, famous last words, Henry, that if he plays like that, he'll be fine. It could happen again.
42.
It's happened to him before.
96.
He's had the best numbers and not won a Saturday night or even made the semi-finals. Oh my word, what was he doing that for? For me, that was just a little bit too risque.
99. Jeff,
We know he's a man that loves double 18, and he tried his utmost to leave it regardless of the circumstance there. And now it's becoming rather complicated for him, but the double 9 bails him out and just about gets over the line to win that opening leg.
Second leg is Jason to throw.
I hate to go off topic, but I'm going to go back to that 96 left. Now, just to paint a bit of a picture here, I like truffle mac and cheese with lobster.
96.
I don't have it every day. Why? Because it's full of calories, and it would probably give me gout. So for that reason, when he's got 2 darts in that 20 there,
44.
and he's got 56 left, yes, we all want to leave double 18 if we love it, but the risk is too great. He could have easily bust that shot and lost that first leg.
60.
So what you do is you have a nice chicken and rice in single 16 for tops. Every now and again, it's risk versus reward.
120.
Might be the first time ever I've heard a setup shot for double 18 compared to gout.
It's not my first time.
The gout or the double 18?
And we've been talking about certain legendary dart players this morning. Some stories should not be a surprise. But Smith did take that out on double 9, and we've got to be honest. How many times over the last 3-4 months have we seen him on 18 points and he's critically
45.
taken it out?
$45.
Well, he's got his Canadian colours to the mast today, has Jeff Smith.
$60. Jeff, you require 152.
Seems to be getting the jump here.
$63.
I can get behind that shot. Gets himself under 90. With that 25 at the end.
56. Jeff, you require
Big shot
89.
this. He's forced to go bull if he doesn't get a treble. Oh, no bullseyes involved.
Game shot in the second leg.
And this time he does leave tops and takes it out. This is the day, isn't it? Friday is the day. If you're playing, leave it all out there. Monday morning, of course you want to win 5 games out of 5. And Jeff's done that before. But Fridays,
97.
It's invitation stamp day.
Well, he's stamping his authority all over this game. Not the highest of standards from Jeff Smith so far, but prior to that 180 for Jason Heaver, it was that much a professional job that you even forgot his opponent was on the stage. Just completely shut him down in the first couple of legs.
This game is more than 5 minutes old and we still haven't had a dart on the floor for Jason Heaver. That's a good thing.
Yeah, not quite to the extremities of the likes of Samuel Spivey and Conor Heenahan last night.
I think that might be a sore topic for Conor.
99.
If you're having a chat with him a little bit later on. But this is a really good leg from Jason.
$80.
Oh no. Sorry. That one's on me. I had to bring it up.
Preempting fate.
100. Jason.
Heaver here with an opportunity to break back and to return this game to throw at 2-1. And he'll feel like he's got 6 darts here from this 101 to do exactly that, providing that Jeff Smith cannot take out the 160 to go 3-0 to the good. And by hitting that treble 15 there, he's left himself on 17. It may be completely irrelevant, but Jeff couldn't find the second treble with dart 2.
Jason,
but he won't come back for double 10 if he can't convert this.
Oh, this is not a miscount. He's just missed the treble 10. Oh my. You cannot get any closer to double 8 than that.
Game shot in the third leg.
Jeff Smith picks his pocket. Couple of darts missed on Jason Heaver. Jeff Smith 3-0 to the good. And if the first couple of games are rather long drawn and protracted, well, Jeff Smith is making this look rather routine.
I've got a really good idea for Jeff's other half, Rachel, who is in the country with him this week. She is a professional shirt designer in the sport of darts, and she does an incredible job. We are approaching Halloween, and this one's for you, Rachel. If Jeff is playing on Halloween or around about that time, how about this? You may have heard of the famous ventriloquist doll, Ahmed the Dead Terrorist. So, on the back of his new shirt that you're going to design for him, which is the idea, you'd have the slogan, "Silence, I hit you." I think that would make for a really good Halloween dart shirt.
140.
Moving swiftly on.
$94.
Well, Jeff first to finish to try and routinely see this game off 4-0.
60. Jeff, you require 167.
This would be some way to sign it off.
Not to be.
100.
Finds the treble with the
Jason,
last, which forces the issue for Jason Heaver in terms of taking out this 132. Treble 19 cannot get, and so Jeff back for 67 to complete what has been a real complete display.
49.
What a 4-0 win would do,
Jeff, you got 67.
is take Smith onto the same leg difference as Burksfield. This is monstrous, this shot.
$51.
Not
Jason,
to be, and now he's got to hope that Heaver can't convert the 83. He's going to get a couple of darts in his hand, a double 16. And he may well be able to flick that off the barrel.
Game shot in the fourth.
Well, then he need the diversion right in the middle of the bed. Jeff, having mismatched darts, has been punished to the hilt, but does have the insurance policy here of having the darts in the fifth leg to wrap things up.
I didn't realise that Jason Heaver's barrels were an Andy Fordham design. That's got my attention. The Viking was rather good. Nearly 22 years since he won at Lakeside.
2004 world champion beating Mervyn King in the final. Amazing to think it's nearly 10 years since Jeff Smith's Lakeside final against Scott Waits.
Where's that time gone?
The last ever Lakeside game televised by the BBC up until now.
140.
Yeah, he's a bit more Steve Martin these days, is Jeff, with the old silver locks.
97.
He's still only 49. Some people play their best darts in their 50s. He can still do a lot of damage.
140.
But in order to do damage in this leg, he's going to need Heaver to make a mistake in his 4th visit.
A very good leg against the throw here
59.
for Jason. Just
Jason, you
stepping
require
it up a little
81.
bit here. Matching Jess Smith pound for pound a little bit more. 62 left. Well, he's chased the treble and he's paid the price for it. It's a big opportunity.
48.
But it's a match-winning opportunity
Jeff,
nonetheless for Jess Smith.
153.
He's the king of leaving odd numbers now. He's left 17 and 33.
46. Jason,
Both
you
times he's
require
been on a
33.
62 checkout. He's messed up by going next door.
2 16s. Now double 8 to save the match. Doesn't go. And so
17.
Jess Smith 107 to
Jeff,
win
you
it.
require 107.
He does get a shot at double 18.
71.
Oh boy,
Jason,
how
you
close was
require
that?
16.
Smidgen away. Jess
Game
Smith
shot at the
has had an
fifth leg.
opportunity to win
Jason
this
Heaver.
game 4-0 and 4-1. And all of a sudden we're back at 3-2 and back on throw. What looked routine for so
There
long
goes Jason
is
to go
suddenly
first.
becoming a
Game
little
on.
bit more treacherous for the defending champion. Incidentally, have a look at that power pack. 14 scores of
100.
90 plus. 14 scores of at least a treble in this game.
Well, that's his strength, isn't it? He's never been noted as the biggest scorer.
100.
He has these flashes of 174s, 177s, 171s, and 180s. But he's predominantly steady scoring and dynamite doubling.
180.
There's a lot of consistency in this game, as you can see by the leg-by-leg count there. But the game could be changing.
140.
Well, one that's not in the 90s column, but if Jess Smith gives us anything more in the 90s range, you might well see the curtains come back into fashion. I can imagine you were the type
45.
that went down that particular rabbit hole. I can imagine you in curtains.
Tried, failed, moved on.
I would try with curtains, however, I've not got enough hair left for it.
91.
This is a comb over that is doing the world of good right now.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
135. Jeff, you require 170.
Another chance to win. Might be his only chance to win 4-2. Open bed. Bull.
145.
Now he could have won 4-2.
Jason, you require 41.
And the only option he might have to win the game could be 4-3.
Well, this is an incredible turn of events. But Heaver's missed a
21.
couple of darts to take us the distance. Just going to
Jeff,
get
you
2
require
more at double 8.
25.
Varney stays straight, of course, to win this game 4-2.
I think he's making a mistake here. I think he should go 17-4.
Game shot.
Well, no
and the
mistake
match,
on the
Jess
double
Smith.
8 in the end. And Jess Smith gets the better of Jason Heaver by 4 legs to 2 and tells Paul Nicholson, what do you know, the asset? A 4-2 victory for the Silencer. In the end, it was hard work, but it looked so routine for so long. But that's the statistical tale of the tape. Coming up next, James Hubbard takes on Joshua Burksfield. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. First round of fixtures have been completed. Wins for Zaretta, Zeboom, Martin Thomas and Jess Smith. In terms of how the table lies then, Martin Thomas top of the table with 12 points to his name. 3 players. Then Jess Smith in second position on 8 points. And then you've got a couple of players on 6 in behind in Joshua Burksfield and... Then you've got Jason Heaver, Zeboom and James Hubbard on 2 points respectively. James Hubbard to get us underway in game number 4 against Joshua Burksfield.
85.
That was a great 25 checkout from Jeff Smith, wasn't it? Really clinical, considering he could have won the match twice over prior to that leg even starting. I said at the end of the match that I thought going 17 double 4 was the play, because if you think about important darts he's had in this building, a lot of them have landed in double 4. And I thought he was going to go back to it. But he didn't need it in the end. And he gets a critical win to put Burksfield back in his tracks. This is now a really important bounce back game for Burksfield. If he's not able to win this one, Jeff Smith will be elated.
Well, this is where suddenly Joshua Burksfield's going to feel an emotion he hasn't felt before on this stage, and that emotion's going to be pressure, because for the first time he's got something to lose on that stage. He lost his first match, he's seen Jeff Smith overtake him, and all of a sudden he loses this one. What could have been a great opportunity at the beginning of the day turns into a day where he might well be scratching his head and thinking what possibly could have been, because of the good gains he made on Thursday. And for James, I know he lost that game against Martin Thomas 4-3, but performance-wise, it was much improved, particularly at the start.
We don't know what's going to happen over the next few hours with James. His qualification from this table looks pretty much impossible now.
45.
But if he's going to cling on to something, it's the way he played at the start of that first game today, because he was magic. There's a little bit more evidence of it.
Hubbard.
Up and running quite nicely.
Second leg is
data to get things started.
You know how I like to summarize a player by what they do, how they act, the things they interact with? James is like a lump of clay right now. Just needs a bit of moulding. All of the raw ingredients are great.
93.
In order for him to be a little bit better and a little bit more stabilised as a dart player than right now, he just needs a little bit of extra moulding. And I'm not talking about much here. I'm talking about small margins.
100.
I think he's bridging 2 generations. You think about when he was in the PDC between 2011 and 2014.
96.
The people who were still around back then. Newtons, the Barry Bates, the Mark Walshes. And now he's trying to take out people who are younger than him, who are world champions and world youth champions, a title that he's already got. He is a bridge between the previous generation and the now.
Where everything's flipped on its head, hasn't it? Where he was the young player that was trying to break reputations. Well, he's a player now with a bit more experience, whose reputation means that other people want to beat him. And because of what he achieved as a younger man, it's meant that every single time he walks into an arena like this, irrespective of how much he's played or not played, there's still an expectation of some kind of level of performance.
It's an occupational hazard. People expect you to play because of what you've won, not because of who you are right now. We don't put that pressure on Josh Burksfield, do we?
Game shot.
But how many times has he hit that double 16 in the bottom corner now? To his credit, he keeps hitting it.
Third leg is James to throw first. Game on.
First ton plus checkout of the session. Good contest so far.
Here's a good example for you. We mentioned that James played Richie Burnett in his first World Championship at Ali Pali. Richie's been through quite a lot in this sport, but everywhere he goes, people expect him to play well because he's labelled as the 1995 World Champion.
Agreed.
Just because Leighton Rees won the World Championship in 1978, is he expected to play at the same level in 1998? No. We judge people by today and today only. I'm not going to go down the route of darts is on the day. I'm not 100% on board with that. I think if you prepare properly, darting days can be predominantly successful if you do the right things in prep. But we judge people in windows that are too big. We should judge these dart players on smaller windows. And I'm talking 3 months.
Well, let's just say when you played here 3 years ago, we weren't judging you based on your players' championship success in 2010.
Good, because I'm a very different person in 2021, 2022 compared to 2010.
And for those of you that did, you would have been very much let down.
100.
That was uncalled for. First time I met you, you had hair.
We could actually have a haircut every couple of weeks.
57.
I think we're getting off topic here.
I think we spent too much time in each other's company the last day or so. And we've still got another day and a half together.
I'm looking forward to the next couple of days. Finals night tomorrow.
140.
Still don't know who's going to be joining Joe Croft in Saturday night. And obviously, tomorrow afternoon, we've got the ADC Winmore Championship Tour finals, which last year was amazing with Charlie Martin and Andy Bolton in the final. It was a great afternoon.
44. James, you require 133.
And even though he's on a pro tour this year, I think Bradley Brooks may still have shivers and wake up through the night about how he lost that semi-final to Charlie Martin. So double 11, wasn't it? Having accidentally hit the double 18.
59.
Then didn't get another match dart to Charlie Martin's credit to go on and win that semi.
Maybe that's something that Joshua Burksfield can aim for in the next 12 months. That would be a nice bit of progression. Like that dart a lot. How's his double 16? He had a bit of trouble with this yesterday.
58. Joshua, you require 70.
So there's a Burksfield to get a break of throw and to put himself 2-1 in front on this contest.
Game shot in the third leg. Joshua Burksfield.
Well, how, I don't know, but Burksfield 2-1 to the good of a break of throw.
That's just another good combination finish.
Fourth leg is Joshua to
back to back combos,
Game on.
70 and 106.
Well, you mentioned how there could be potential pathways for James Hubbard. You look at next year and the championship
41.
tour. £120,000 prize fund. Of course, both the ADC and WADC, they're going to be split up into Northern and Southern championships, but you can't play in both because they'll be played on different weekends. There'll be a top 8 order merit for the North and a top 8 order merit for the South. In fact, that tournament will go from a 8-player comp to a 16-player comp next year for both the men and women's competitions, which means we'll have 2 days worth of play, extra 2 days worth of work for us, Nico.
I don't think these amateur players get enough credit, you know, because I think we're spoiled these days with the amount of professionals that we watch. And don't get me wrong, some of the people that come here, all they do is play darts. This is their job. But let's use some other people as an example. Imagine wielding a paintbrush and a paint roller and doing all sorts of things like that each day, every day, and then at night time you play the odd ADC vault and you come to Modus 3-4 times a year.
60.
Imagine the rigours of a full-time job and trying to juggle getting better at this sport at the same time. It's the same as someone who is a builder and has to play part-time football. It's difficult.
40.
It's harder than... And look, the top level is the top level as it's for any sport, but this is where the Jurgen Klopp argument falls flat on his face.
Yeah, nobody should complain about playing football at 12:30 on a Saturday.
Particularly when there's a load of people on pitches on Sunday who would have just got back from a night out at 5 a.m. and probably have no idea where they are and still manage to bag a hat-trick.
James, you require 160.
Oh, you've met my friend Stuart, have you?
Hubbard 160, not to beat. And so Burksfield here looking at the 120 to open up a 3-1 lead in this contest. But if he doesn't take this, Hubbard is in situ for the break back, having found a treble with his last dart of that turn. Treble found. Single found.
100.
Double just underneath.
James, you require 60.
Same equation without the treble. This is a bit easier than the chance he had in his previous game on this checkout.
40.
Unfortunately for James,
Joshua,
it's the
you
same
require
result, and that
20.
could compound his misery in round 2.
To go 2 clear, and then need
James
just one more
on
for
the fourth
victory.
leg,
Double
Joshua
10, no mistake
Burksfield.
for Joshua Burksfield to move 3-1 to the good in this particular contest.
Fifth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
I am not stepping ahead of myself right here, but I'm looking at the fixture list for round 2. If Burksfield gets a victory, how much pressure's on Jeff Smith when he plays Martin
57.
Thomas in game 6?
Well, Martin Thomas knows that if he wins that game, then it's pretty much job done. Loses, it's still got a bit of work to do. And all of a sudden, it just
85.
opens up that second position in the table. It may well be a case that Burksfield and Jeff will push each other all the way to the line where they do meet in the
60.
final round's worth of fixtures. That feels like a long way away now, though.
$59.
Have you noticed the trim on the collar of Hubbard? That's deliberate.
140.
The canary, yellow and green.
About a year after I first met James, he'd spoken about Norwich City quite a lot. Very, very big fan. And for his birthday
60.
one summer, because he was born in July, I found him the 1992 Norwich City football team in a Subbuteo box.
83.
He's still got it.
Was that the infamous Norwich City team that beat Bayern Munich?
It's pretty close. I still don't know how I found it.
My favourite ground to pronounce.
140.
Carrow
James
Road.
require 161.
Yeah, don't get carried away just yet, because Hubbard's on a 161. Boy, was that a close call.
97. Joshua, you require 157.
Well, this would be some way to win it. And it may well be the only chance he gets in this leg to win this match. He's not going to take the 157, so Hubbard to extenuate the game.
57.
You can
James
barely
requires 64.
put anything between them statistically. This game is being won and lost in fine margins. And this game
James
will
shot in the fifth
continue.
leg, James Hubbard.
Well, Hubbard brings it back to 3-2, and he forces the question of Burksfield on throw.
Sixth leg is Joshua to throw first. Game
Every
on.
single game so far in this session has seen a minimum of 6 legs played.
140.
Same as yesterday then. Very, very tight affairs.
More legs than a spider coming out of a nuclear reactor.
180.
That's one way to put it. Definitely a bit more assurance about the scoring of Hubbard today. He seems to be attacking
57.
his marker darts a bit better. James only had 3 maximums yesterday. I say only 3.
57.
But he's already got 3 today.
Can it be purely down to the fact that realistically he knows that not getting to Saturday is probably going to be the case for him this week, that he's just playing with a little bit more freedom, playing with a little bit less pressure on the shoulder, and as a consequence we're seeing him with a little bit more fluency?
I'm not even sure if James, at this point in time, knows how to play without pressure. I think he puts enough pressure on himself
94.
because he knows how good he is. I've said this for years. Since Nathan Aspinall won the UK Open,
James, you require 170.
he's been a different player because he hasn't had to worry about money. You give that same gift to a lot of players in that age bracket, they'd probably all do the same.
121. Joshua, you require 146.
There's a point to be made about that, and we'll make it as time goes on. Hubbard leaving 49 to take us all the way, and he's going to get a look at it because Burksfield's unable to take out
56.
the 146.
James, you require 49.
This shot is critical.
Game shot.
That is a lovely take from James. Burksfield looked at 3-1 like he was ready to win again and bounced back from that 4-3 loss to ZZ. The same could befall him here because Hubbard, who's not going to be coming through this group,
57.
might just cause Burksfield an almighty headache. And if we may take it just a little bit further, if Burksfield loses to the bottom 2, his remaining 3 games of the day are against people in his predicament.
You mentioned playing with pressure, playing without pressure, and playing with things to kind of look after away from darts. We've both spoken to Steve West enough over the years to kind of talk about the pressures that he had to go through and the pressure a lot of players have to go through. And it is a very difficult environment to be able to perform when you've got that pressure laced on your shoulders. And it's no surprise that you see the amount of young players coming through when you think about the dynamic of they can just go up there, throw darts, and everything else kind of gets looked after for them. But when you're in a predicament that James is in, where he's got responsibilities away from the game, naturally, and I know this isn't his full-time occupation, I understand that, but when you're in that situation where you've got more than just the darts to think about, that pressure amplifies.
42.
Yeah, you don't want to be playing for a mortgage payment or a rent amount. You want to be playing just to win.
43.
One of the biggest bits of advice that's given to professional poker players is that when you're in a cash game, you're not playing with money. You're playing with chips. The chips are your tool. You don't see them as amounts of money.
47.
At this point in time, Hubbard is very much on the front foot. And if he's to win 4 legs to 3, his confidence will take an almighty jump. And Burksfield is now staring at being on the back foot again after round 2.
2 games he's had control of, and 2 games he could possibly let slip here, Joshua Burksfield. James Hubbard stepping
45.
up for double top to win this game 4-3, to get his first win of the day and to put Burksfield in a very difficult situation. And that is a win for James Hubbard, which for him will give him a lot of confidence. For Joshua Burksfield, it means that he has got a lot of work to do in the second portion of the session. That the tail of the tape. Zeboom Heavers next.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham
Joshua wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
requires 86
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Well, this is the view from the back of the auditorium. Hi, everybody. Here at the Modus Super Series, 4 games down before the break. James Hubbard got the better of Joshua Burksfield by 4 legs to 3. Game 5 is a meeting between Zarizo Zeboom and Jason Heaver. These two, in terms of the race of qualification, well, they're both on 4 points.
30.
And they're probably going to have to win every single game from here on in if they're going to stand a chance of making it through.
They're running out of time.
65.
And whoever loses this one, somebody pull the curtains closed.
60.
Jason played some decent stuff in his first game against Jeff Smith, but ultimately was
60.
closed out by 4 legs to 3, the most popular result of the day so far, and the most popular result of the group.
43.
Now then, Nico. Are you ready for your Friday afternoon tungsten
95.
teaser?
I've been waiting for it.
So tomorrow is the second edition of the Tour Championship. 8 players
96.
participated in the tournament last year, but how many of those 8 went on to pick up a PDC Tour card come January?
95. 40.
Do get in touch with us at MSS Darts if you want to
60.
play along with today's Tungsten teaser. And if you do have any questions, comments or observations for either myself or the asset, then you can get in touch with us.
64.
Keep the questions clean,
Jason,
and we may
you require 126.
keep in touch with one or two of them.
Now, this could be the
48.
game that sees more bogey numbers left than anything else, because they both have form for it. And ZZ's left 168.
What you're saying is more bogeys than
79.
Dick and Dom's
Jason, you
bungalow.
require 78.
I'll have to take your word for that. Oh, not a missed single.
38. Zariza, you require 89.
What looked fairly academic could be cataclysmic. Bullseye.
42. Jason, you
Just
require
hasn't
40.
found the line at all on that target so far today, is Zarizo. Even look at a double 10 for the break, and he
Game
gets
shot on
double
the
10
first
for the
leg,
break, and he
Jason
gets
Heaver.
himself on the board.
I love that. I'm only going to
Second
take
leg
it
is
out of the
Jason's
board
very
if you
first.
tell me it's in.
Game on.
Well, back in the days, and we're talking a long time ago
105.
when we didn't have a referee here, the players had to show that last dart go into the double.
Hang on a minute. Heaver's doing a Gezi Price thing here in starting with a 105. I've only seen
95.
3 or 4 players do that. And you might think to yourself, why has he left 396 after 3?
83.
Because you can still have a 10 dart leg. 105. 2 maximums, double 18. That's why some players like to go bull with dart 3 in a leg, because it gives them the opportunity to stay on the 60
77.
and take care of the leg fairly quickly.
Well, it looks like he is taking care of the leg rather quickly, but the problem he's got is Zarizo's doing exactly the same. It was
58.
actually
Zarizo, you require
first two a finish against the
161.
throw.
2 legs, 2 bogey numbers. How many more are we going to get?
Bogeys!
137. Jason, you require 108.
108 for Heaver. Trevor 19 cannot get, and so Zeboom back for double 12 to level up
82.
at one
Zarizo,
apiece.
you require 24. $12.
Oh, superb
Jason, you
opportunity
require
here for Heaver.
26. Game
As
shot
he
on
gives
second
the leg the heave
Jason
ho.
Heaver.
That was my brother's nickname at school, by the way. Bogey.
Third leg, it's Zarizo.
Genuinely
to throw
was.
First. Game on.
Dare I ask why?
Because apparently when he turned up the first day of school, he had a really green jacket on.
60.
And that stuck.
Well, at least it wasn't for the fact that he picked his nose.
40.
Well, Heaver is picking off legs after leaving bogey numbers and leaving darts on the floor, but that is no shock because he's been doing it all week.
81.
Your mission, if you choose to accept it, Mr. Deegan, is to get to the bottom of the tsunami thing by the end of the afternoon.
140.
Why would someone from Newbury be called Tsunami?
Maybe because he can't get no sleep.
59. $100. $100.
That is a really good dart.
100.
He was running the risk of that one catching the flight and falling on the floor as well, but that was really precise, and he has a chance for 3-0.
135. Jason, you recall 121.
So Heaver looking at 1-2-1 to go 3-0 to the good. 106 left, so can't be done now. Zeboom back for
66. Teresa, you require 66.
To reduce the deficit in half.
14 scored.
That means he's got 52 left. And he's not going to get a chance to take the leg at that visit. That is a huge mistake.
$26. Jason, you require 61.
Does Heaver get 2? Just the one he'll take. He's got 49 left. But he does get a chance.
45.
But it's a chance he cannot take, and so ZZ looking at tops. Double 10.
20.
Clips the barrel, but
Jason, you
clips the
require
wrong side, and so Heaver 3 more in hand for free zip. Makes no
shot
mistake
on
on the
third
double
leg.
8.
Jason Heaver.
However, we've been here before, haven't we, where someone looks comfortable at 3-0, but then
Fourth leg
gets
is Jason to
pegged
throw
back
first.
a little bit.
Game on.
And it was Jason doing the job of reeling Jeff in
140.
in his previous game.
$60. $55.
Heaver wants to make Saturday night again. A win in this game is imperative for that.
40.
Because a win would take him to 6 points. And he would equalise the position of Burksfield.
96.
But the thing is, his leg difference is not as good as Joshua's. He's got work to do. But I go back to what I said at the end of the last game. Burksfield's big problem is that his remaining 3 games are against the people in his vicinity of the table. And he hasn't won yet.
60. $81.
Well, Jason knew that
Jason, you require
regardless of what
150.
Cerezo did there, he was going to get 6 from this 150. May only need the 3 to win the match. But could have found the second treble. Will be all about leaving himself as handy as he can. And by
134.
finding that 54, he leaves himself on double 8 when he comes back to wrap it up for zip.
140. Jason, you require 16.
It seems academic. And
Game
it
start
is.
And the match, Jason
Because
Heaver.
only for the second time in this group, someone has been defeated 4-0. And if Jason Heaver was going to time a 4-0 victory to perfection, he's just done it. Because now he has got himself back in the reckoning with a very steady display. He wins by 4 legs to 0 ahead of our Thomas Smith showdown.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
25,000
one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Game 6 of the afternoon, and it is a meeting between Martin Thomas and Jeff Smith, the top 2 players in the group on the Modus Super Series Pluto TV channel. Jeff, having seen his closest competitor for the second spot through, Joshua Burksfield, lose his opening 2 matches, may possibly be able to see the woods from the trees if he was able to get the better of Thomas in this one. But Martin will also know if he wins this game, he'll be on 14 points and he'll be pretty much safe in the serenity of progression through to Saturday night's final. He's been the most consistent player in the group and he's got off to a maximum start here.
$140. It's happening to Smith again. People are turning up against him. And he's going to have to try and hit as hard as he possibly can
180.
to try and be the first person to take Thomas out in this group. Now, if he can do it, at the end of round 2 on Friday, he would create this 4-point cushion between himself and third. This is a big, big opportunity for Jeff to get that breathing space that
44
could be crucial in getting through today.
Well, this game's almost a free hit for Tomo. Wins this, he's guaranteed to go through because he'll be on 14 points. The best that the likes of Burksfield and Heaver can get to is 12. But even if he loses this game, he would have a 6-point gap on Burksfield and Heaver with 6 points left to play for.
100. Martin,
he has done an awful lot of damage.
$64.
He leaves himself very handily placed as he prays that Mr. Canada, or Captain Canada, doesn't take out 120, which he can't.
100. Martin, you require 32.
So double 16 for Martin Thomas. Beautiful guy. Can he just clip it off the barrel and nestle it in? Well, he's got 2 great guides now.
No score.
But if anything, he goes further away with dart 3.
Game shot on the first
Smith
leg.
pounces and he
Smith.
takes the first leg. When that left his hand, it was perilously too close to double 15, but it did hang on to take that 1-0 advantage.
Crucial break to get things going in this contest.
95.
And to be fair, it was a very impressive break because Martin Thomas had put himself in situ in that leg.
85.
We've still only had 2 ton plus averages this week. One of them came in this game yesterday when Jeff lost to Thomas with 101.39. You look at the numbers and the percentages of what Smith did against Thomas yesterday, and then you just have to tip your hat to the Welshman.
11.
33% in his doubles with a 129 checkout, and he still lost 4 legs to 2.
Sometimes you just cannot make it up.
But
Jess Smith is making ground in this game. Got the break in the opener, and after 9 darts in leg 2, finds himself a 167 and has got all the time that he could possibly want to
59.
double up his advantage in this contest.
I don't think we should get ahead of ourselves, Henry, because do you remember what was happening with Hubbard versus Thomas in game 2? Hubbard came out of the traps like one of Gezi Price's greyhounds. Tops.
88.
And it's not 2-0 just yet. He'll be back for double 10 again.
$50. Jeff, you required 20.
Well, it's the first time we've been able to say this so far in this Group C campaign. It's just not happening for Martin Thomas. And Jess Smith will thankfully and helpfully pick the pieces up and go 2-0 to the good in this contest.
Third leg is Martin to throw first.
93-94 average, a couple of 16 darters for the silencer to put himself halfway towards a win, which
95.
would put him in a very good position. It would put him full clear of Joshua Burksfield with 6 points left to play for. Even if the next couple of games go wrong, he's got the insurance policy,
80.
the fact that he takes on Joshua in the final round of games here. As a matter of fact,
100.
the way that the rest of the day goes, he takes on Zeboom in his third match. James Hubbard in game 4 of the day before that meeting
44.
with Joshua.
$48.
Martin won't panic and has already come back from a 2-0 deficit today, because you may remember that, forget
100.
about Thomas the Tank Engine, it was James Hubbard that went off like a steam train in that particular contest. 2-0 up in the space of 24 darts, but it was the reliability of Martin Thomas that got over the line in that one. But the problem he's got is he's taking on one of the most reliable players that we have in this building in Jess Smith.
One of the best players at this level of the
57.
game. It's as simple as that. Good thinking from Thomas. Trying to lead tops. And does so.
133.
Smith would love to do the same, just in case. You sense that Jimmy's knocking on the door. However, I suppose if there's one thing that you could perhaps label a question mark as far as Jimmy Van Schie is concerned, is for as much as he's done well here, it hasn't correlated, and he's done very well, of course, on the floor in
58.
the WDF. But he hasn't quite had the same success when it's come to the really big majors in that particular system. You look at some of the other players involved. Jensen Walker has qualified, and you put him in any kind of arena, you're going to say that he's got half a chance of winning. Our good friend Scott Mitchell is going to be
100
playing in that particular tournament.
He's not going to be going to the same Chinese restaurant as last year, that's for sure.
180.
Talking about a revisit, Thomas seems to have woken up.
85. Martin, you require 96.
What is it about him going 2-0 down today and then all of a sudden he kicks in?
$87.
But that hasn't gone to
Jeff, you
plan.
require 161.
Smith has a bonus opportunity to get a 3-1 lead.
$95.
He's well placed.
Martin, you require 9.
This is not simple.
Game
But he
shot
has
on the
made it
fourth
look
leg,
simple.
Martin Thomas.
Very good find there from Martin Thomas.
I'll give
Fifth
you a
leg is
dark
Martin
horse
to
that
throw first.
maybe won't
Game
go on
up.
to win it, but it wouldn't be a surprise to see him maybe in the stage finals. That's the Dane, Andreas Hilgardus. Now, he played really well at the
125.
Nordic and Baltic
Championship.
He's a bit of a
weeks ago.
live wire, isn't he?
But he'll give it some.
He
will
played
give it
at the
some.
Hungarian Darts
14.
Trophy in Budapest recently, and he's like throwing a certain type of mint into a fizzy bottle.
56.
I tell you another one I've just seen on the list. Paul Kroner.
Yeah, he's useful. He's very useful. And considering
82.
Franco Giuliani of Austria won the World Cup singles out of absolutely nowhere, beating Raymond Smith in the final, I think the World Masters in Budapest
57.
could well get a very unusual winner.
Johan Engström also in there, the Swede. Again, played well in Copenhagen
97.
a few weeks ago. Don't think the full list of entries is in yet, so we've got half a picture, but I don't think we've got a
84.
full picture as to how that tournament's going to marry up in Budapest.
I think it depends on who goes as well. Just because
Agreed.
you're eligible doesn't mean you're going to be there.
44.
You might choose to swerve it.
left. 141.
Well, that a superb setup for Martin Thomas to leave himself on double 19. Depending on what Jeff Smith does here, will depend on whether he attacks it or splits.
96. Martin, you require 38.
He was 2-0 down, and since then he's been the better player. Double 12. He's
Game
not putting
shot
a
on the
foot
fifth leg,
wrong
Martin
now.
Thomas.
And I think Jeff Smith is sick of the sight of this guy.
I think everybody in this group is sick of the sight of Martin Thomas, but
Game on.
it looks like people are going to have to deal with him tomorrow night as well, because he's a leg away. Here's Martin from qualifying through to Saturday's showpiece. 14 points would be enough for him to safely seal his passage through once again to another Saturday night.
85. $57.
Well, when everything was going so right for Jeff Smith, things may well hit a bit of a speed bump here.
90.
Next game between Heaver and Hubbard could be interesting, because if Jeff Smith loses this and
134.
Heaver wins the next one, then Heaver will be on 8 points alongside Jeff Smith. And all of a sudden, it may well be
Jeff, you've got
Heaver that
170.
may well fancy his chances a little bit. 170 for Jeff. Isn't going to be taken this time, but he has got time on his
96.
side to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
$100.
Have you
Jeff
noticed how we haven't
requires
even mentioned like
74.
difference in this second round? Double 5.
69.
Now.
Martin,
You
require
mentioned that Thomas, if he wins, is
132.
going to qualify. What a way to do it this would be. Has he got enough room for another? Not quite.
Yes.
Well, it would have been a champagne finish for Martin Thomas. But he may well be forced to do it in a last leg decider. I suppose the only
116.
advantage that he
Jeff
has
requires
got is the
5.
fact that if it does go all the way, he will have the darts in leg 7. Jeff Smith has 2 at double 2 to enforce a last leg. Now he's chasing the madhouse.
No
Drops
score.
low. And for
Martin, you
Martin Thomas,
require
this is
16.
qualification point. 3 in hand at double 8. One left,
No score.
but cannot find.
Jeff, you require
That is a bit of a
5.
let-off. But then he's already had a bit of a let-off in this game.
Game
That had
shot
to
on the
be
sixth leg,
perfect.
Jeff Smith.
And it was.
An almost apologetic look on the
Seventh and final leg
face
is
of
Martin
Jess
to
Smith,
throw
but
first.
he
Game
won't
up.
care. He was 2-0 up in the game, was then dragged back, and then Thomas got his nose in front,
140.
and Smith equalising the game up to take us all the way to a last leg decider. A big last leg. Martin Thomas has had darts to qualify through.
43.
Jess Smith looking to put himself in a position where he'd have a huge lead in terms of the race for second place, where he'd be full clear with 6 to play for.
123.
It's a lot easier to finish matches off when you've got 12 points in the bag already.
140.
If you're sitting on 6 or 8 against that person, you're the one who's going to feel the pressure.
58.
This has got to be a monstrous score.
98.
Not quite. But I can understand the 19 switch. But the problem is, no matter how good he is with the next visit, he might not get a look at a double.
Well, what a last leg this has been for Martin Thomas. On throw, tops left after 12. He's effectively told Jess Smith, if you wanted to win this last leg, you had to get it done in 4 visits. That bounce
80.
out doesn't help the cause. He
Martin,
does
you
leave
require
himself
40.
on a finish, but it's Martin Thomas to finish the job off. He came here to qualify for another Saturday night.
No score.
But that's 3 more
Jeff, you
darts to
require
do exactly that that have
140.
got a begging.
Which way does he want to go? Where's he going this time? If that first start was just a little higher, he would have stayed.
Martin, you
And
require
ironically, he
40.
gets the second 60 with dart 3.
So this is qualification point for Martin Thomas.
Game shot.
And the Welsh
match,
Wizard is
Martin
into
Thomas.
another Saturday night. And his next task and his next attention will be to see whether he could do so without dropping a match. Relief on the face of Martin Thomas. He knew that a win there would be good enough to send him through. And through he is. Victory for Martin Thomas against Jess Smith for the last leg decider means that Jess Smith's got work to do. And it opens up the door for Jason Heaver, who's in action after the break when he takes on James Hubbard.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
So far, this is what we've seen in terms of the action in Group C. Before the break, Martin Thomas booked his place with a 4-3 win against Jess Smith. We can confirm that now by looking at the table. And as you can see, Martin Thomas with a full complement of 14 points to his name. And he is safely through. Jeff Smith on 8 points, Joshua Burksfield and Jason Heaver both on 6. And Jason Heaver's got a chance to move on to 8 if he beats James Hubbard here. So let's get straight into the action then. It's the middle portion of the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and for Martin Thomas, he can relax.
First leg is Jason to throw first. Game on.
But do we now look at Hubbard as the spoiler, because he's coming into this game off the back of beating Burksfield 4-3?
60.
I think you're right though. Heaver is back in play, courtesy of the last 2 fixtures, his 4-0 victory and the fact that Smith couldn't beat Thomas.
60.
So game on. If we look in detail though at Heaver's -2 leg difference compared to Smith at +3 and Burksfield at +5, he's not only got to win, he's got to make inroads against the right people. He's got Burksfield in game 10.
60.
And he's got Thomas to finish things off. I just wonder if he's getting Thomas at the right time when he's going to be fully relaxed knowing he's through.
However, James Hubbard so far today, in terms of numbers punched in across both the games, has had the best set. He's only picked up the 1 win, but he lost 4-3 to Martin Thomas, average in excess of 90. He had those 2 quick legs to kick-start the match. Then averaged just under 90 to beat Joshua Burksfield 4-3. The doubling's been decent as well. And so Jason Heaver is going to have to be alert to the task throughout the full duration of the full course if he's going to go and win this contest. And to his credit, on throw in the opening leg has left himself on double 12 after 12, asking questions of James right from the get-go.
59. Jason, you required 24. Game shot on the first
Is
leg.
Jason Heaver timing this run to perfection? Towards the end of play yesterday, it looked like he was the best player.
Second leg is James to throw first.
It hasn't taken him as long to warm up today. If he can have 3 rounds of play with the sets of numbers that he had yesterday at the end,
78.
he is not going to be far off.
The term there or thereabouts springs to mind.
100.
Jason yesterday, as I say, the scoring wasn't an issue whatsoever. Averaged over 90.5 for the session, despite missing over the course of the day 33 darts and a double.
96.
And in terms of today's numbers, 4 from 6 in his previous game against Zereso Zeboom. Did miss 7 in the outer ring against Jess Smith, and that was kind of his undoing there. But this is much more like it from Jason Heaver, putting in a top performance at a top time when he knows that all of a sudden the scales have been
47.
tilted into his direction.
He's got a window of opportunity now, and if he doesn't go through it in the next hour, he will be thinking about how long it takes him to get back to Newbury, which
60.
from here is actually not that long.
About an hour and a half on a good run.
On a Friday? There's no such thing as a good run back to Newbury from Portsmouth on a Friday.
80. Jason, you
Good
require
point, well made.
161.
Depends who's driving, of course.
90.
Yeah, if it's Lewis Hamilton, it'll take the same amount of time because he shouldn't be speeding. This is genuinely good from Heaver.
60. Jason, you require 71.
Just not enough resistance coming back from Hubbard at this stage as Heaver goes for double 16.
Game shot in the
This
second
is
leg.
very
Jason
good.
Heaver.
30 darts for the first 2 legs. If he can sustain this kind of level,
Third
there's
leg
a
is
possibility
Jason's,
he
the
could be
very
walking
first.
away
Game
with a
on.
second consecutive 4-0 victory. Which, let's face it, considering the point we've already made in this match,
100.
it's exactly what he needs.
This is solidly good from Jason Heaver. And look, we know the levels that he's got, and if anything,
140.
when we talk about understated players, I think Jason Heaver goes into the top bracket of it. He's a player that's got a very good ceiling, a very good A game, but isn't spoken about in
121.
perhaps the regard he deserves to, just because of the fact he's one of those players that he's not somebody that will go about shouting from the rooftops about his game. He just gets up, throws some darts, enjoys himself, comes back off the stage again.
He's an old school dart player.
92.
He lets his darts do the talk and he makes the odd mistake. He just gets on with it. He's not postering himself all over social media saying, look what I've got on my feet, look what I'm wearing, look what I'm doing.
60.
He turns up, he preps, he plays, he leaves. He's old school.
Like a middle-aged Sam Spivey.
$99.
Go nice and high. Or you could even go for treble 12 here.
140.
That is an
Jason
exceptional
170.
single. And Hubbard is being closed out. He hasn't had a dart at a double yet. Does he get one here? Not quite. That was a good try. But he has been pushed back into the corner
81. Jason,
by
you require 40.
an elite-looking Jason Heaver performance.
Game shot in the
A
third
couple of
leg,
15
Jason
darters, then
Heaver.
followed up by a 13 darter. 3-0 to the good, averaging just under 105. And for James Hubbard to win legs, he's
Fourth
being
leg is
forced to
James
take
for the
out
reverse. Game
170s.
on.
That's the level of control that Heaver has right now. And all of a sudden, the defending
57.
champion, Jeff Smith, is just in a little bit of trouble. We saw in the previous series, didn't we? Jensen Walker, when he defended his crown in Series 11, was unable to qualify for the
100.
requisite Saturday night. In matter of fact, only one player, after winning a Champions Week in their title defence, has made it through to the next Champions Week. And that was when Luke Littler successfully defended his title in Series 4.
100.
But since when has Jeff Smith done anything the easy way? His career has been about doing things
60.
the difficult way, but predominantly he has succeeded. He will not want to let this title go. He would just like the opportunity to
100.
defend it. But this is very, very difficult to win. And even harder to defend.
Well, just the whole nature of the competition lends to
140.
winning it being difficult and stacks the cards against anybody winning it more than once. Although I've seen players come close to doing that, to do what Luke Littler did. Andreas Hauser perhaps the closest of which.
41.
I think if Heaver takes out this 201 pretty soon, he might have the best average of the week.
177.
Well, one thing's for sure, if he takes out double 12 at the first start next time, he is going to have the best average of the week. This has been stunning.
How many times do we say about this format, you have to peak at the right time?
59.
And it looks
Jason,
as
you
if
require
Jason
24.
Heaver is doing exactly that. Double 12 left after 12. He's had a couple of 15s, a 13.
12.
But not one final 15 to finish.
James, you require 144.
He won't be bothered that he hasn't taken that out for the best average of the week in a completed game. He just wanted another chance, which is something he's going to get now.
As he's a
42.
player that won't
Jason, you require 12.
be perturbed by numbers. He will be fully focused on points on the board.
9.
But there has been a
James,
little
you
bit
require
of a
102.
stutter towards the finishing line. But for Jason, leaves himself on 3. Hubbard 102 has to find a treble here. He doesn't, and so Jason to finally finish the job off.
35. Jason, you require 3.
We could have seen a leg one with a 170 in this match. He could have bust 3.
Game shot and the match. Jason Heaver.
On his 8th match start, he does get over the line, and now Jason Heaver is on Dream Street because he's won 2 consecutive games by 4 legs to 0. The leg difference is fixed, and now he's starting to fix the points. Another win for Jason. James Hubbard is out, that's definite, and Jason Heaver getting through to Saturday is very possible.
We have live ADC darts for you on Pluto TV. Saturday, the second edition of the Men's Tour Championship Finals will get underway from 12:30. Then a month later, the Women's Tour Finals. Gemma Hayter looking to defend her title. Same time in terms of transmission on the 22nd of November. And then it builds up to the ADC Global Championship. Every dart live from December the 1st on Pluto TV. Jess Smith and Zerizo Zeboom comes up in game 9, but before that, Joshua Burksfield takes on Martin Thomas. For Jeff, he will be hoping that Martin Thomas can do him another favour here and completely knock Joshua Burksfield, you sense, out of contention. Martin Thomas is through and will win the group if he wins this particular match against Burksfield. And for Joshua, he's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he, today? But
First leg is
possibly,
Joshua to
am
throw
I
first. Game
being
on.
fair or unfair by saying that maybe knowing what he could have achieved today, it's just led to a little bit of pressure on the shoulders and it's just led to a little bit of tension in this session.
16.
It does feel like he's lost about 5% today. Some days you can get away with that, depending on your levels.
94.
But this is where things get really difficult, because he's got Thomas, he's got Heaver, and he's got Smith. If he wants to qualify, he's probably going to have to win all three.
137.
Fair play to him if he can. Nobody's beaten Martin Thomas. You're going to have to lift your levels
45.
to beat Smith. And Jason Heaver is on a heater. So this is a really tough gig that Burksfield's got now.
Yeah, back very much against the wall.
100.
But there's a lot of positives he can take from this first appearance here, irrespective of what the end outcome's going to be. We didn't know too much about him prior to playing here. We knew that he was a handy county player. But on the big stage in front of the cameras, he didn't know how he was going to react. Well, the prognosis has been that there's definitely a player in there.
100.
And maybe it's a case of, and I don't know whether you agree with this or not, just ironing out a few creases to kind of take him to that next step, that next level.
140.
Some people
Joshua,
can
104.
organically be brilliant. Some people just need to learn step by step.
Well, Burksfield unable to take out the
48.
104.
Martin Newcombe,
I've only seen the 1 ton plus checker. That was fun, Joshua, the 106 in his previous game. Thomas isn't going to find the 142 to get us up and running here. And so Burksfield back looking at 56 to get himself up and running. But he's going to be under pressure because Thomas has left himself on double 8 if this doesn't go. 2 in hand, a double top. Now 2 10s.
36.
Clips the wire but doesn't find a way through.
Martin,
And Thomas
you
looking
require
to
16.
pretty much steal this opening leg against the throat.
And what was working for Burksfield is now no longer useful. That one hasn't gone in.
Joshua, you
At first glance, it looked
20.
good. But you can't keep letting Thomas off.
Game shot.
Which
in the
makes
first
that
leg.
shot very,
Joshua
very good
Burksfield.
indeed.
On the board.
Second leg is Martin to the very first. Game on.
Thing is, Henry, you're always learning as a dart player, whether you're at the top of the rankings or
180.
trying to figure out where your career is going. Even someone like Martin, for example, he's been around for donkey's years, playing at different levels of this sport.
45.
He's still learning about himself.
I think he's somebody very much
140.
inspired by what his children are doing, and in particular Keenan, who is a very, very handy player.
100.
He's openly stated, he said in interviews in the past, that he would happily give up any invite that he was given to allow his son to have a turn to play here.
82.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that, does it?
No, no. It's a nice sentiment, at least.
It is a nice sentiment.
96. Martin, you require 99.
Sport is not like that. You're here on merit.
Yes.
Should be leaving tops.
Game
It's amazing what happens when he leaves tops instead of 16s and 8s.
12 data, and we are back level at one apiece.
Throw first. Game on.
And Martin's been with us right from the very get-go, back when we were in the previous studio in Southampton at Ye Olde Livey League,
60.
where he was very much a regular feature.
100.
Just humour me, Deacon. Say that again.
Ye Olde Livey League.
It sounds like we played the previous incarnation
57.
of this project in medieval Sweden.
Well, they were very draconian times that we were playing in. We didn't have a referee. Everyone had to be within a
91.
couple of meters of one another.
I think that's the thing that people don't miss the most when it comes to the competitive action. Having to count your own scores.
99.
That was a chore for some of these players. And I think it made people realise just how lucky they are to have a stage to play on, a referee to call the scores so you can just focus on what you're doing.
40.
I don't know, I wasn't fully against a few people being 6 foot away from me, mind.
You are not the first person to have said that over the last few years.
43.
I hate to say it, but Burksfield is struggling to average over 80 today.
30.
I really didn't want to bring that up, but it's irrefutable now. Early stages of this one at 75. Started with a 78. 79 in his next game.
28.
Whatever was working yesterday, it's just not happening as well today.
Well, that first dart's the worst possible first dart for Martin Thomas, sat above the treble wire. But what's been so weird about Martin today is actually
140.
what looks awkward has actually worked out in his favour. How many times has he left top, sat above the wire? You look at it and think there's some peculiarity about it, but then manages to find it with the next dart.
Yeah, his ability of doing that, I think, is born
59.
from experience
Martin,
and
you require
practice.
60.
Because he's doing it regularly. He's figured out a route. He'll probably hit this now.
20.
He almost did.
Joshua, you require 155.
Well, you get the sense that Joshua Burksfield needs a moment here. Is he going to find the spark here? Is it going to be the 155 that springs his day into life?
117.
He threw that well. He
Martin,
gave it
you
every
require
chance, but
40.
unable to find.
That was very spirited. It might not work out, though.
20. Joshua, you require 38.
Martin's taking his foot off the pedal here. Not deliberately. He might split this now. That's sensible. He couldn't even see the double 19 anymore.
Game shot in the
And why not
third
go
leg.
back to a
Joshua
double that has
Burksfield.
worked the last couple of days? Inspired decision from Joshua.
Fourth leg is Martin
Well,
to the
those
reverse.
opportunities have seldom been given to opponents of Martin Thomas's so far this week. But he missed a few chances.
60.
Burksfield's taken advantage and has gone 2-on-up. And possibly, quite possibly, is there another twist in this extraordinary Group C tail in terms of who's going to qualify through in second. Now, I know
45.
Martin Thomas hasn't mathematically won this group yet, but let's be realistic. He's probably going to.
He's not going to be caught.
50.
Because everybody behind him is in a bit of a royal rumble.
He's just beginning to throw a little bit more fluency here.
140.
Joshua.
It's interesting what he was saying to you a little bit earlier on about how he got into darts at a young age. He comes from a darting family. That's how a lot of people get into this sport, because they see mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, grandparents playing the sport at a very good level.
58.
But you get into the youth game and you have all these lofty ambitions, don't you? Being a pro at a very young age. Doesn't work out for everyone.
98.
You soon realise, oh, hang on a minute. There's bills to pay. And there's life to be had. And darts has to take second fiddle. And then there comes a time
140.
when you can actually get back to it. And that's where Burksfield is now.
I think the best example at the top level of that right now is Bradley Brooks. Somebody had a lot of success very young.
Joshua, you require
Then
118.
suddenly, that wave of expectation, other things in life, of course, happen. And then he dropped off tour, refocused himself, and now has come back as a phase 2 player, having experienced everything he's experienced, has got everything back on track, and he's a better player for it.
But has he needed to go and get a job
148.
in the meantime?
Yes, he works part-time. So he's gone from that position of having everything on a plate to then going back to the graft of it, and it's made him a better player.
Joshua, you require 86.
Nothing wrong with a backward step in order to move forward.
Perspective is everything.
Bullseye is everything right now.
36 scored.
To take a 3-1 lead.
61. Martin, you require 90.
This is for 2-2. May just be a dart of the ball here for Martin. Well, he gets better than that. Double 5.
80.
That goes sky high.
Joshua, you
and so
require
this,
25.
for Joshua Burksfield, will break a 3-1 lead, and then the darts in the next to win this game, condemn Martin Thomas to a first defeat in this group, and to keep himself in play. The legs difference is still
21.
rather good for him. In fact, if he
Martin,
wins
you
this game, he
require
would
10.
leapfrog Messrs. Smith and Heaver into second place.
Yes, indeed, this table is getting just a little bit weird.
6.
And Thomas keeps
Joshua,
missing
you require
doubles.
4.
He's now 1 from 12. He might be standing with his back to us, but you can almost sense that he's disgusted with his efforts.
Two.
Well,
Martin, you
now
require 4.
both players are suffering from an infectious disease called
Game shot
misdoublitis,
in the
but
fourth
Martin
leg,
Thomas
Martin
has
Thomas.
found the cure. And I suppose it is Friday, so we do love the darts.
Fifth leg is Joshua to throw first. Game on.
I've had that misdoublitis. It's not very nice.
How many years you've had that for now?
Steady on you.
45.
You'll keep.
$99.
Let's face it, he really has gotten away with that leg. Burksfield really should be 3-1 up.
96.
The doubling has not been sparkling in this game whatsoever. In fact, the entire game has not been sparkling. But for two different reasons, I think Thomas is coming down
140.
adrenaline-wise because he knows he's qualified. Burksfield, his adrenaline might be too high because he's still trying to qualify.
Two players on opposite ends of the emotional roller coaster, but yet cannot be separated.
$92.
That's worked out pretty well. You can't beat a good jaggy treble 4 to leave yourself 170. Go Bull.
140. Martin,
Joshua,
170.
you made a mistake. I know you wanted to get the 180, but you should have gone for the Bull. The 25 would have left 170.
134.
And it's cost you.
Well, Martin Thomas got away with it in the previous leg, but has
stepped up here to leave himself on a double after 12 to break and lead 3-2.
105. Martin, you require 36. Game shot in the 5th leg, Martin Thomas.
I don't even remember who sang the song back in the 1980s and 90s, but it was something along the lines of he's been getting away with it all his life. Well, not all of his life, but all of his group. Either he's outgunned his opponents or they haven't taken him out.
59.
The amount of opportunities that Burksfield's had to take Thomas out in this game, and they haven't been taken, it means that Thomas is still undefeated
100.
and he might not lose a game on Thursday and Friday.
It was a 1991 hit by Electronic.
180.
Yeah, I think that was a mix of two bands, if I remember rightly. Is it a mix of the Pet Shop Boys and New Order or something?
I don't know, but
58.
now you said it, I've got it stuck in my head, which is bad news for you and the commercial breaks.
$56.
Certainly feels like the type of music that you would hear. It's the type of music you probably hear at half-time at a football ground. So you know the type that it's got a bit of energy, but it's not too upbeat in terms of tempo.
140.
Or is that just what the DJ plays at Fratton Park?
Apparently
100.
Electronic were in an English alternative dance supergroup formed by Bernard Sumner of New Order and guitarist Johnny Marr of the Smiths. But they did have people from the Pet Shop Boys pipe up for it.
Martin,
Supergroup indeed. Super shot needed to win the game to put Burksfield still on the back foot.
58. Joshua, you require 70.
He was taking these out yesterday. He needs another slice of it. Whatever you do. Oh, I was just going to say leave double 16. He's got something. And he's got just enough to stay in it.
Joshua Burksfield.
Credit goes when credit's due. His back was up against the wall. He knew he had to take that bullseye out to keep his campaign alive. He duly obliges, and he now has the darts in this last leg decider to become the first player to depose of Martin Group C Thomas.
100.
I haven't seen this many 4-3s since Newcastle played Liverpool in the 1990s.
Well, it's not quite Collymore closing in, but it's Thomas closing in terms of winning the group.
45.
And Joshua Burksfield will probably feel like Kevin Keegan over that advertising board if he loses this one, because he could well be on the reverse end of as many 4-3s as Newcastle United did against Liverpool back in the 90s.
42.
Every game he's had today has been 7 legs. He's very much like medieval clothing. He's being put through the ringer. Nobody said Super Series life was easy.
95.
Making Saturdays is not easy. Just ask Lee Cox.
$100.
Well, Burksfield with the advantage of throw has the ascendancy in this leg, but a treble score has opened up the door for Martin Thomas to sweep in, step in right at the very last. It would secure his place as the group winner
45.
and would put Joshua Burksfield on the scrap heap, but as soon as the opportunity was presented to him, when he passed the parcel back to his opponent, the Christmas presents come early here at the Live Lounge.
That is an immense time to get a 180. And his first of the game.
134.
With his last scoring visit.
Joshua, you require 24.
Timing that you can only dream about, but there's something left to do.
Well, that's to win the match and hit the match-winning double, and he does exactly that. He gets the better of Martin Thomas by 4 legs to 3. Relief on his face. And it's put it back into play. Martin Thomas probably is going to win the group, but he's going to have to wait to dot the I's and cross the T's. Coming up next, Jess Smith takes on Zarizo Zeboom.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Go. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is how next week looks. We're going to see Tom Sykes return, Boris Kirchmar return in Group A. Matthew Akers going to return in Group C alongside Fallon Sherrick and Scott Baker, the headline act in Group C. That gets underway Monday, 9:30. Right, time for some permutations then in terms of this Group C on this Friday afternoon, because if Jess Smith loses this game, then Martin Thomas will top Group C. Thomas has, of course, qualified for Saturday, but did lose his game before the break to Joshua Burksfield by 4 legs to 3. So that puts him into play. It also puts Jeff Smith into 3rd position, Joshua into 2nd, Jason Heaver on 8 points as well in the group. So Jeff has his destiny in his own hands, but only and only if he wins this game against Zarizo Zeboom, for whom one of his 2 victories in this Group C came against Jess Smith, despite the fact that Jess Smith averaged over a ton in that particular fixture yesterday. An intriguing tussle as we end the 3rd cycle of matches on this Friday afternoon here from the
43.
Lounge in Portsmouth. And for Jeff Smith, well, he's going to have to get on the board and get on the board rather quickly. Otherwise, his total defence could
140.
very, very quickly come to a close.
Traditionally in darts, you hold a title for a year. In PDC darts, you hold on to ranking money for 2 years. If you consider the time frame from when Jeff lifted the title here to now,
136.
he could be known as reigning champion for 3 months. It's pretty harsh, isn't it?
40.
But it's the nature of the beast.
Well, if you're going to win a series, win the last one of the year, because you may hang on to it for another 6 weeks longer.
Or just do what Darius Labanauskas has done.
99.
Win and never come back. It's not that we didn't want him, it's just he couldn't.
Because he decides to go and qualify for everything else, which means that he's got no
140.
availability to play here. Because effectively, he's playing, because of where he's from in Lithuania, he can qualify for the Nordic and Baltic qualifiers, and he pretty much does so
60.
for most Euro tours. And the fact that he's top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, he is effectively a tour card holder without holding one.
92. Jeff, you require 80.
Who holds the cards after leg 1? Should be Smith. Could be Smith.
40.
Might not
Teresa,
be.
you require 120.
Does Zeboom strike again?
100.
Not quite.
Jeff, you require 40. Game shot in the
Just
first
what the
leg,
doctor
Jeff
ordered,
Smith.
because yesterday ZZ got the better of Smith, and that really got under Jeff's skin a little bit.
Second leg, it's Zarito.
He had
to
a
throw
perfect
first.
record against the Dutchman going into Thursday. And it was at that point that Smith started
140.
to lose a little bit of ground on other people. He's Canadian, obviously. Revenge does not come into it because they're not built that way.
140.
But settling the score? Oh, yeah. That's on the menu.
140.
Do you believe that Darius Labanauskas could either A, win a Pro Tour between now and the end of the year, or B, win a few games at the Worlds?
96.
There's nothing to suggest he can't, because he's been to the quarterfinals before at the World Championship.
The reason I say either of those two
45.
things is because if he is able to do any of those two things, and particularly if he can sneak into Minehead, he wins a couple of games at the Worlds, all of a sudden we're looking at Darius potentially as somebody that could,
98.
and the cards would have to stack perfectly in his favour to do so, could just about sneak into the end of year top
82.
64
Jeff,
and
you're
get a
about
1-year card as opposed to a
167.
2-year card off the Challenge Tour.
Time will tell. Oh, yeah, that's beautiful.
27. Zarito, you require
127 in not game. But it could be Leg Smith
23.
after the
Jeff, you
impeccable
require
approach.
40.
ZZ could not take it out. Smith can't find tops.
24.
He will hate that.
Zarito, you require 71.
Zeboom back for 71 to level up at 1-1, and he's going to get a couple of darts in his hand at double 16. Has to shuffle across the bed, rather
39.
obscured.
Jeff, you
Trying
require
to find a way
16.
through, and so Smith will head one target up from that to go 2-0 up. Really not comfortable down that side of the board, is he?
Game shot in the
Finds a
second
double
leg,
8
Jeff
eventually,
Smith.
goes 2-0 up.
Yeah, I was with you on that one. Before he was going for that
Third
double
leg,
eight, he
it's
didn't
Jeff
look
to throw
set.
First. Game on.
It almost felt like he needed to step back and go through his process once again. But to his credit, he did find the double eight to take that 2-0 lead.
96. $100.
From the records that we have, I'm trying to figure out
140.
how many titles Jeff has defended in his career. Some people get this uncanny knack of defending titles. I can say, hand on heart, Henry, I have defended one title in my career, the Australian match play, which was double start, 2008, 2009. Very proud of that. Looking at Jeff, from the records that we have available,
Jeff, you require 167.
I think he's only ever defended the Seacoast Open. But he won it 3 years on the bounce.
60.
That's an Open that takes place in Boston,
60.
Massachusetts.
Jeff, you require 107.
Not that long a drive, actually, from where he is in Canada. Different.
89.
Anything and everything to try and leave 36. But now that he's got 18, what does he do? Double nine's been good to him, but so has the split
Jeff, you require 18.
this year, and it will be the split.
I don't think there was any question in the back of his mind he was going to do that and then execute that. 3-0 in double quick time for Jeff Smith.
That is fast becoming a signature shot.
To throw first.
Well, he's showing the qualities and the hallmarks of a champion here. His back was against the wall, pressure's
59.
being applied. But if he wins this game, as he should do from this position, then he opens up a 2-point gap with 4 left to play for. He'll have it in his hands. And just to add an extra spice to it, he would take on Joshua Burksfield in his final game. His next match after this is a meeting against James Hubbard.
100.
Just looking through those Seacoast Open victories for Smith in 17, 18 and 19, he took out 3 of the United States' best players in the last 25 years
60.
in winning those 3 titles. Darren Young, Leonard Gates and Danny Baggish. You don't play bad players in
85.
finals.
$44.
And there may well be a lot of players in the ADC Order of Merit that will be hoping that Jeff Smith wins another series, because
58.
the winners of Modus Super Series obviously get an automatic invitation to the Global Championship. However, if a player qualifies twice by winning 2 series, then that spot goes to the ADC UK Order of Merit, the next player down.
Who would that be right now?
36.
We'll come back to that, because Smith is on 170 to win the game, and Zeboom's left a bogey number.
134.
Perfect. He hasn't taken it out, but he's left his favourite double with his opponent leaving a bogey number, and I'm not going to go over this cracked record.
Jeff, you require 36. Game shot and
well, that's a 4-0 win and a comprehensive 4-0 win for Jeff Smith. It puts him on to 10 points. It puts him in control of his destiny with a couple of rounds of fixtures to go. This is how he did so, with a efficient display, it has to be said. Coming up next, Joshua Burksfield takes on Jason Heaver. This game is huge. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time.
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow.
So 3 rounds down, and so far we've seen drama with every single twist and turn. Jess Smith a 4-0 win against Cerezo Zeboom before the break means that he's on 10 points in the group. Martin Thomas is all but the winner of it. He's top of the table, 4 points clear of Jeff with 4 points left to play for. He should, do you think, get the job done in terms of winning the group. Jeff in second position, in pole position to get the other spot through, the defending champion. Joshua Burksfield and Jason Heaver go head-to-head here in what feels like a playoff match to see who's going to be in contention. The winner moves on to 10 points, level with Jeff, and if Joshua was to win it, then he would overhaul Jeff Smith into that second position prior to his game against James Hubbard in the next. It's a huge game to work out who is going to be where and who's going to be in position come the final round of fixtures to potentially leapfrog the defending Super Series champion and to claim a spot into
First
Saturday
leg is
night's
Joshua
final.
throwing first. Game on.
All of a sudden, this has turned into a huge, huge game.
Let's try and keep things simple then. Whoever wins goes to 10 points with Smith.
100.
Whoever loses is firmly behind the 8 ball. But they both come into this game with confidence.
180.
More so Heaver than anything else, because he's won his last 8 legs. But then on the other side of the coin, Burksfield's just become the first person to beat Martin Thomas in
45.
this group. So they've both got license to say, I'm on a high.
Yeah, Jason averaged 93, 94 in that game against James Hubbard, and it could have been a lot more if he hit that final double quicker. Now, I had a message from Alex Small. We all like Alec here, don't we, at the Modus Super Series, former weekly winner of the wild card, and he must think I'm some kind
140.
of radio host, because he said, can you give a birthday shout out to Kobe Williams, who's celebrating his birthday today? Of that, we can. Many happy
60.
returns.
Well, if you're going to go down that route, I'm going to say happy birthday to Yala Clarkson, to Barry Bates and George Noble, who this week has officially announced his retirement from PDC refereeing, alongside John McDonald, who is going to put his microphone down after the World Championship final on January the 3rd.
100. Joshua, you require
We're going to come back to that in a
76.
second. But let's see who takes the first leg.
Yeah, very important we say happy birthday to George.
Great recovery dart. And yet again, double 16. What an ally that has become the last couple of days.
Second against Jason to throw first. Game on.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Henry, but in your life, you can only remember John McDonald being the MC.
In terms of living memory, yes. Phil Jones retired in 2007, didn't he, after the Barney Taylor final?
Yeah, so Phil and John are the only two MCs that we've had in PDC history in 32 years.
There's going to be a lot of people for whom they don't know what a dart tournament is like in terms of walk-ons without John McDonald. He's transcended generations, and particularly when you think about the boom of the sport over the last couple of years, John McDonald has been kind of left, right and centre of that in a sort of way. And
45.
whoever does fill his shoes has got the most impossibly big pair of shoes to fill.
60.
Interesting times ahead. But it does give you an indication, doesn't it, of how life progresses. Nothing lasts forever. Apart from legacy.
140.
Legacy lasts forever. As long as you protect it.
Everyone comes and goes in this game. Even I'll be leaving here at some point, and I bet everybody
62.
cannot wait for that day.
Somebody is starting to get their act together. After a few displays earlier on today, Joshua Burksfield is starting to play properly.
Joshua, you call 136.
And he's most definitely got Heaver's attention.
Well, he's not going to find the 136, but he's going to leave it handy.
96.
He's going to leave himself
Jason,
on tops to go 2-0 up if Heaver cannot convert the 94. He's going to get 2 at said target. Double 10. Does it go? Burksfield's back for the break at 2-0.
You require 40.
Considering how good he's been at double 16, just go 8 double 16. He's not going to.
And remember, if Heaver loses this game, he's out. Because Burksfield and Smith play in the last
30.
match.
Jason, you require 20.
He's just been given a let-off. That is a great dart.
Jason Heaver.
A very unnatural position for Jason to go left and then have to throw high. But that is a really good shot from Heaver.
Joshua to throw first.
Yeah, look at the permutations. If Burksfield wins this game, he's on 10. Smith loses the next game, he's still on 10. But because Jeff and Joshua go head-to-head, one of them has to finish on 12. So Jason Heaver loses this. He's gone. He's in the scrap heap, is Heaver.
140.
And that's despite all of the good that he's done today. And he has done some good. That has to be said.
He's played really well. If we started this group yesterday at around 3 o'clock...
85.
Heaver would be firmly inside the top 2.
Just a solid and dependable character, but whom a slow start has really come to cost him dearly.
And he's had a lot less darts on the floor today. It's been a lot more solid in having 3 darts register every visit. By 57. This time yesterday, we were needing our second hand and possibly a first foot to count the amount of darts he's had on the floor.
100.
We're still on the first hand today. Well past the halfway point. Needs to stay there.
133.
It's really good.
161.
Does he get a look? Bullseye for Heaver.
136.
He's scared that, but has that rattled the cage of Burksfield, perhaps?
Well, perhaps it has, and Heaver's going to come back for 25 to get the break and to open
Jason,
up
you
a
require
2-1 lead in this
25.
contest. It's going to be 2 at double 12. Double 6 is not there.
19.
Burksfield gets away with it.
Sometimes Jason is very hard to read, but he
Joshua,
was
you
easy to
require
read
40.
right there. He's feeling the pain of those 2 misses.
Presents Burksfield of another chance, but a chance he has to take.
Game shot in the third
And
leg.
manages to
Joshua
find the double
Burksfield.
10 to move his nose 2-1 in front in this game.
Fourth leg is Jason to throw first. Game on.
Can't separate them in terms of numbers so far in this contest.
100.
For those of you wondering about
100.
the Tungsten teaser, the answer will be revealed in our next game.
100.
Would you like to remind them of the question, just to give them one more chance to think about it?
Tomorrow is the ADC Tour Finals, the
140.
second edition. 8 players back in action once again. But of the 8 players that played in the first edition, how many of them got their tour cards in January?
100.
Slightly off topic, but how many of the 8 that we're going to see tomorrow do you think are going to get them in January?
Oh, good question, Nico.
60.
I'm going to go 1.
Can I have a guess which one I think you think?
Go for it.
Jack Twiddle.
No.
100.
Oh. Graham Hall?
That's my guess.
Slowly gone under the radar a bit this year, which is kind of weird because he's only just lost his tour card.
Yeah, he's done bits.
100. Jason, you require
And
101.
Heaver's doing bits. He's already hit this in this group.
61.
Oh, the door's
Joshua, you
open for
require
Burksfield to do
101.
just that.
The door open for room 101, perhaps. Down for treble 19. Finds that double 12. Well, this really would be a game changer.
86.
But that perhaps
Jason,
a
you
dart
require
which
40.
amplified the magnitude of that moment for Joshua Burksfield.
Game
Well, that's
shot
just
in the
about
fourth
squeezed
leg.
in, and he wants to
Jason
get
Heaver.
it. And he gets it just in time. Had to retrieve it before perhaps
Fifth
it
leg
would
is
have
Joshua to
slid
throw
out the
first.
board.
Game on.
That's as fast as I've ever seen Jason move. Well, fair play in
58.
getting that out of the board in time, because that was precarious.
Tell you what, one stamp from Joshua Burksfield outside the exclusion zone, it probably would have came out.
95.
I know a dart player or two from the last 50 years who might have tried that. Can you imagine if... No, I'm not saying that Josh would have done that. He didn't. He wouldn't. He's not that kind of guy.
100.
Can you imagine the scenes if he did and it did fall out?
What is in the DRA rule book for it? I'm assuming there's nothing, is there? The dart just wouldn't count. Like, what?
I'm going to have to investigate that.
140.
It's not like you can walk up to the board and take someone's shot out. Referee is king or queen on the stage. It was in, retrieved,
60.
and called by George. All hail George.
$47.
I think that might be a idea for a Super Series TikTok video. I'm sure Binks would be more than up for that.
Rules you don't know.
39.
I think it's a great idea.
Didn't they do a series with Mark Clattenburg about weird and funny rules in football?
More than likely.
100. Joshua, you require 144.
Who takes the lead? Joshua gets first crack, but Heaver's got the easier of the two finishes.
41. Jason, you require 119.
Well, Matthew Edgar says this is perhaps one of the most horrible finishes for a player. And Heaver unable to find the trouble with dart 2. He says 119, 129, absolutely
55.
hate. Because even if you're on target with
Joshua
dart 1, you've got work to
103.
do.
I see where he's coming from, but I hate 128. Let's see if Heaver hits 64.
Jason, you require
This
64.
is for a very valuable break of throat. He's decided to leave 32.
48.
And I was convinced he was going to leave tops.
Joshua, you require 48.
So this to go 3-2 up and to go within a leg of eliminating Jason Heaver. Double 16. Mammoth dart at double 8.
32.
And that may well be a magnified
Jason,
miss.
you require 16. Game shot.
That's a really good dart from Jason Heaver. A second crack of the whip, and he does get that break of throat.
He's
hanging on by the skin of his teeth. He's not done yet.
Game on.
Burksfield's got Smith in the last round in game 13.
100.
Heaver would have to wait to play Thomas in game 14. Nobody is going to have a perfect day today, but I am not
100.
surprised by that.
Don't forget, this is one of 2 sessions that we're going to be transmitting for you across
55.
the Pluto TV network of channels. We're going to be back tonight from 10 p.m. for the culmination session of Group B, where it's the Highlander, John Henderson, that leads the way. Him and Jamie Owens both on 6.
140.
Conor Heenahan and Samuel Spivey both on 4 points. And Kevin Painter, following a pointless first night, is looking to put things right.
41.
I think that was a bit harsh on Kev last night. I think he played all right.
Timing, wasn't it? Particularly in the key moments went against him.
Yeah, just a few key missed doubles cost him a lot. He could have easily walked away with 4 points
45.
last night.
It wouldn't have surprised you if it was a table where all 5 players sat on 4 for one of the first night's worth of play. It was that tightly congested.
60.
This one's still very tightly congested. Burksfield's in position here to break straight back and to take us to another 7th leg.
Well, certainly a day in which we're getting our money's worth in terms of legs, but you're not getting your money's worth at home, are you? You never get your money's worth here.
60.
Because we don't ask for
Joshua,
a penny,
you require
because
76.
here on Pluto TV, you stream now and you pay never. Double top to take us the distance.
Game shot in the
All the
6th
way.
leg. Joshua Burksfield.
A last leg decider, and a last leg decider that Jason Heaver has to win. His whole
7th
week
and final leg is Joshua to throw first.
comes down
Game
to this
on.
one leg of 501. Winner, he's still in play, loses it, then he can plan a trip up the A34.
100.
Do you think he knows that? The way he plays the game, I'd be surprised if he does know that. I think he plays with an air of...
140.
I don't want to say deniability. I want to say ignorance. Because there may be a lot of people in that practice room talking about tables and points and permutations. I don't think Jason's involved in that
81.
discussion. He just wants to play.
I don't think he's somebody that gets bogged down by anything. He'll go up there, see what points he's got at the end of it. If he gets through, great. If not, then
60.
it is what it is. Doesn't get perturbed by things.
Why do I get the feeling that Burksfield knows everything?
60.
He strikes me as a very cool cat. Doesn't give a great deal away. But he did when he beat Thomas.
60.
He's in the driving seat. 6 darts from 260. Sounds fairly doable, but under this kind of pressure, not so much. Has to go 25.
125.
Well, let me just retract. Didn't have to. Probably should have. But the aggressiveness has paid off.
140. Joshua, you require 135.
This for the match and to send Jason Heaver packing. 25 found. Treble 20 found. Bullseye not found.
110.
And Heaver's got one more chance to save his skin.
101.
Shot still on. Where's he going to go? Your guess is as good as mine. He could do anything here. He hasn't got the treble 18. So Burksfield has a chance
60.
to put Heaver out.
Joshua, you require 25.
This to complete a 4-3 win, which sends Jason Heaver home. And judging by his reaction in the background, he knows the importance of that dart at double A, because that dart at double A has sent Jason Heaver, Joshua Burksfield at least a chance. He takes on Jess Smith in his final match of the session to give him hope of qualifying through to Saturday in his first appearance here. We're going to see Jess Smith after the break take on James Hubbard.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Joshua Burksfield got the better of Jason Heaver by 4 legs to 3. That sends Heaver home, and it puts Joshua Burksfield in a position where he can qualify when he plays Jeff Smith in the final game of the session, or the final round of fixtures in this session, shall I say. For Jeff Smith, well, it's an intriguing situation here, because if he wins this game 4-0 or 4-1 against James Hubbard, then he'll only need 3 legs to qualify through in his final game. However, if James Hubbard gets to 2 legs, irrespective of the scoreline, then the final game between the pair, which is game 13
85.
of the session, will be a straight shootout to dictate and determinate who the final player through this group is
59.
going to be.
It's Friday and it's crunch time.
45.
James has been in this position himself before in Group C, and he has prevailed, but it's not going to be his day. It could still be Jeff's.
96.
But Burksfield has changed everything around with his last 2 wins. Likes a 4-3, doesn't he? More than anybody. 4-3s all day long.
43.
There is an irony about
55.
the situation with Joshua Burksfield, because he lost his first 2 games to the 2 players that are deep-rooted to the bottom of the group, but yet could win his last 3 against the top 3 in the group. It makes no sense.
60.
We brought it up a little bit earlier, saying that losing to the people below you, it hurts. And it's more difficult to beat the people that are around you or above you.
82.
But on the bright side, if you are beating the people who are around you, you're gaining points and at the same time taking points away from them in the chase.
92.
You think about losing to Zeboom. Well, ask Jeff. He lost to him yesterday, and that was a culture shock.
99.
Because at that point, he looked impervious.
Well, he's left himself on 110 to get the break and to open up a 1-0 lead in this contest. Hubbard here would love another treble to leave himself on a double.
81.
Unable to do that. Because of the slip for the last dart, he's left himself in a position where he's got a guarantee of nothing with dart 3, potentially. May not even come back at all, but Smith unable to find the treble 17, which would have afforded him a dart at top. So Hubbard here, 95 to get the first chalk on the board.
It's got to be 60 now. Great find. Double 16.
63. Jeff, you require 60.
It really feels like we've learned something about James the last couple of days. That's very un-Jeff Smith-like.
32.
He's let Hubbard off. But I don't think James has been too shiny on double 16 over the last couple of days. He's been better at the top of the board. But there's nothing wrong with double 8 this time.
James Hubbard.
So if I am getting this right, if Hubbard's on 52, or if he has an option between double 16 and tops, I think he's better leaving tops.
59.
You got any thoughts on that?
Completely concur. Just a reminder that we've got bonus darts for you tomorrow afternoon, courtesy of the ADC, the 2nd edition of the Tour Championship Finals. It's a 12:30 kickoff to our coverage here on Pluto TV. Everyone loves a Saturday 12:30 kickoff, don't they, Nico?
Jurgen Klopp doesn't.
140.
So Alex Ferguson was exactly a big fan of them, but he didn't have to take part in many of them because Man United used to always get picked for the late game
59.
on Super Sunday.
Yeah, we don't tend to play much in the way of darts on Sundays here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
134.
We've got enough going on Thursdays and Fridays. And there's a lot going on in this game because Hubbard is making a move. I just wonder how hurtful it could be for
135.
Smith.
James, you require 102.
Missing those 2 darts at tops in the first leg.
Treble 14 not got, so Smith will come back, having a look at the 153
82.
to level
Jeff,
things
you
up
require
at 1 apiece.
153.
And remember, if Hubbard gets to 2 legs, the rest of this game becomes rather irrelevant because it will be a straight shootout irrespective between
90.
Smith and
James, you require
Burksfield.
20.
So this to ensure that the rest of this game is pretty much irrelevant.
Game
And it
shot
goes
the second
2-0.
leg, James Hubbard.
And so that means, irrespective of the outcome and the result, from this point onwards, the game between Smith and
Third leg
Burksfield
is James to throw
will
first.
be
Game up.
a straight eliminator.
And we speculated at the start of today and the end of yesterday that that could be the case. It's worked out that way.
And I tell you what, after the first couple of games, we thought
100.
we thought that Jess Smith, prior to that game against Martin Thomas, in a position where he could perhaps run riot and get through at a canter. Well, we're at a point where we've got a straight shootout to
140.
determine who's going to join Martin Thomas, who's had the most serene of passages through Group C this week.
I genuinely can't remember the last time somebody came through Group C with such ease.
131.
I'm sure it's happened before. I think Jim McEwen might have done it, or Josh Payne a couple of years ago, but
91.
seriously? Recently? I just don't remember that.
And do you know what I think the ominous thing is? There's still levels in the locker. I don't think he's unlocked. I don't think he's got to the peak of his performance yet, but yet has been able just to so
100.
serenely passage his way through Group C.
$60. James, you require 170.
Chance for a highlight reel moment here for Hubbard. That's a bit low. That was the problem. If that first dart's a little bit higher,
105.
he's able to nestle it in. But when it's in the bottom of the 60, his best chance of hitting it is to the left of that dart.
So 65 left to go.
100.
3-0 to the good.
65.
And Jess Smith here potentially could have a mountain of problems. Okay, the result's now relevant, but the performance and the magnitude of defeat potentially could well impale him going into his final match. Double 4 for
James
Hubbard
shot
to
the
go
third
3-0
leg,
up.
James Hubbard.
3 from 6 on the doubles. The
Fourth leg is Jeff to throw first.
Canary supporter.
Game on.
Jess Smith restricted to just a couple of opportunities at the outer ring.
Those 2 darts at tops in leg 1. Hasn't had a shot since.
140.
And that's to the credit of Hubbard, because when he's had a chance, he's taken it.
Bit like Timu Pukki, the
45.
famous Norwich City striker. I never got to commentate on Pukki, but he probably would have been one of my favourite players to have commentated on.
180.
That's everybody's favourite shot in this sport. Yeah, we don't get a lot of finished dart players coming here, do we?
140.
But if you look back at the 1980s, there were a lot of finished dart players who used to make the World Championship. Not anymore. Timu Haryu is going to be there.
97.
He's decent.
Proper.
Be interesting to see how he progresses over the next year or two, because Finland is screaming for someone to do well.
Well, up until Red Team is kind of taking a
Jeff, you
step up, it
require
was still kind of
84.
Marco Cantler that was holding the hopes of that nation together. Well, this potential 11 darter doesn't have to go for double 9. And he's
80.
straight that far low that he's going to have to come back for double 2.
In Canadian, this would be a toonie. And if he doesn't hit it, he'll feel like a loony.
Require 4.
You're talking a load of balloony. Oh, can he just nestle one over the top? Yes, he can. That's a well-thrown dart, because that was much more awkward than perhaps it looked on that camera angle there. Jeff Smith just about in the game. Hubbard thrown to win it.
Fifth egg is James to throw first. Game on.
If you know the situation right now, you've got to be water off a duck's back. You've got to understand that you've got to stay in a nice rhythm and a nice mindset and just get ready for the challenge ahead. If you can win the next 3 legs, imagine how your confidence will change and how your belief will change if you're in a sticky situation in game 13. One of the best things you can draw on in sport is, I've been there, I've done it before.
57.
Experience trumps sometimes everything else in this game.
You can't just walk into a dart shop and buy experience. It's something you have to earn. Just wonder if the arm is getting a little bit tired here for James. Starting to lose the weight of the throw. That's an imposing 140 there from Smith. He's definitely starting to churn a little bit better here. Gears are being found. And he knows a thing or two about gears.
96.
He told me about some of the cars he's restored. My word.
Yeah, some day-to-day job that Jeff has enjoyed over the years. Is he going to reel in the big fish? Yes, he is!
Jeff Smith.
Well, the silencer hasn't had much to shout about, but that's a big moment for him there. Back to 3-2, back on throw, and maybe now back in the groove.
First. Game on.
That was as big as a Deer Island lobster. And that's pretty big.
60.
I think the last time I saw Jeff before this week, I think, was when me and you were having a conversation with him after winning the title, and he was talking about the different types of fish that you two can cook.
I've never seen anybody cook lobster like Jeff.
60.
In fact, I don't even want to know anybody else who cooks it, because Jeff is an absolute master at taking a live lobster and making it as good as it can be.
Well, I know what we're going to have for tea tonight.
Trust me, it's not going to be a Deer Island lobster.
Yeah, well, there is a lovely lobster house not too far from here. I'll tell you what, if you've got a few quid in the pocket, I'll take you later.
57.
I'll drive, you pay.
You've already worked this out, haven't you?
84.
I'll say one thing about James today. It hasn't been his week. He's had better times here. The last time he was here, he made the semi-finals of the week. And I know that when he came back here this week, he was hoping of going 1 or 2 steps further. But he's held his composure together so well under very difficult circumstances.
93.
It's going to be a stage of the year, and he ain't the only player that's got to think about this, but the decisions that are going to be made for January and onwards, and what the plan of attack is for him.
100.
That's pretty simple. I don't think he should go. I think he should stay at this level. He could win this game.
99.
Just misses out and offers a chance of Smith taking us to leg 7, which might not happen anymore.
43.
I think the silencer's going to get some good news when he gets back to the practice room. I think he understands that this is hurtful for his chances. Turns out it wouldn't be.
8, and now 4.
21.
Does it go?
Jeff, you require 99.
Could Jeff Smith put a flake in it? Wow, it's double 60 to take us all the way.
83. James, you require 4.
Double 2 has had a lot of attention over the last couple of days. And if I may say so, too much. That is really difficult to get past. But not impossible.
James Hubbard.
James Hubbard picks up his second win of the day to get to 6 points in the table. As it turns out, that has not harmed Jeff Smith too much, because even though he's lost by 4 legs to 2, he will be in a shootout in game number 13.
Right, game 12, Martin Thomas and Zeboom. Before the break, James Hubbard got the better of Jeff Smith by 4 legs to 2. And I tell you what, Nico, before we get this game started, I forgot to answer the tungsten teaser in the last game.
I thought you were saving it for this game.
Well, shall we just get it done with before we start?
Stop asking questions and give me the answer.
So, The tungsten teaser question was, the Tour Championship final takes place tomorrow. Of the 8 players that played in the 2024 edition, how many of them went on to get Tour cards? Well, the
98.
correct answer was 3. Those players being the number 1 seed and the eventual champione, Andy Bolton.
46.
Alongside Darrell Pilgrim and Bradley Brooks, who of course made it through to the semis on that particular occasion. The other players that took part in that were Joe Croft, Thomas Banks,
60.
Gary Stone, Charlie Martin and Neil Duff. Bolton would beat Charlie Martin
44.
by 4 legs to 2 in the final of last year's tournament.
So how many people have played in the first Tour finals and have come back for the second one?
None.
Exactly.
134.
That's the point. Just goes to show how difficult it is to get into that event.
41.
The quarterfinals, by the way, the format's going to be best of 9 legs throughout. Tickets have sold out. So you're going to have to watch us on Pluto TV
55.
if you haven't got a ticket. The quarterfinal fixtures, Jack Tweddle takes on Jamie Hughes. Chaz Barstow up against Kurt Parry. That could be an absolute drama.
60.
Robbie Martin takes on Graham Hall. And Carl Wilson takes on Sean Fox. And Keegan has told me to look out for Sean. And the last time he gave a tip-off on a
42.
player, it was of Nathan Potter. And he hasn't done too badly since.
$97.
Thomas is in this game off the back
112.
of his first defeat in the group. He'd like to put it right. Zeboom has got form for upsetting the apple cart. Both today
43.
and
Martin
yesterday.
Newcross, 64.
His 2 wins coming at the behest of Burksfield and Smith over different days. Tops for Martin Thomas.
James shot in the first leg. Martin
And if he's
Thomas.
doing that well, everybody should watch out.
1-0 to Martin
leg
Thomas.
is
Well,
Dorito to
it's a
3-2.
sellout this Saturday, and I have it on very good authority that next Saturday
54.
we've got a party of 27 turning up here at the Live Lounge.
Where have they come from?
A local football club.
140.
That should be a good atmosphere.
They were looking to have their team night out here, and considering they've won their last 4 games, including a game by 4-0 last night against Bognor Regis Town, they might well be in very happy spirits.
180.
I suppose it's the lure of Matthew Edgar, isn't it? Probably the biggest craze ever played in front of.
100.
You might want to be careful. I think Thomas is being anything but careful here. He's being very assured from the start of this match. He is not messing around.
He is sending out a bit of a statement here, is
85.
Martin C.
McGuire,
Thomas.
85.
Doesn't even have to mess about with the ball, which is why he went for the treble 10 to leave tops and
65.
hits tops with dart free to leave himself double 10 when he comes back.
Yeah, he hits it even when he doesn't want to hit it.
76.
Oh,
Martin
look.
Newcross, 20.
ZZ left another bogey number. I've got no sympathy. He gets a chance to take the second leg.
86.
But if you keep leaving bogey numbers, what do you expect?
Because of the way his
James
dart
shot on
stand
the
up to
second leg.
attention. That was an
Lorenzo
awkward dart at
Zeboom.
double 8, but a dart at double 8 he finds. We are back on level terms.
Third leg is
One
Martin
apiece.
to throw first. Game on.
I'm a little bit brutal when it comes to game management. If you're at this level, you should know your apples and oranges.
100.
So if you keep leaving 163, 162, 168, all numbers that he's left today,
140.
what do you expect to happen? I'm going to give you a gold star and put it on your forehead and say, well done. No. Learn. Don't do it.
Yeah. 140.
The asset is very much on his soapbox.
100.
He can obviously play darts. And I think he's made a lot of friends this week because he's got up there, he's done his job, and he hasn't moped around like some people do when
57.
they lose 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 games in a row. He's been very professional in
55.
the way he's gone about his business. But with the calculations, I'm sorry, but I'm baffled by the fact that he comes from one of the cleverest darting nations on the planet, and he keeps leaving bogey numbers.
Not much you can do about this leg. Thomas on throw, leaving double 12 after 12.
60.
And this to put himself 2-1 up.
24. Game shot.
That's a 13 darter. That's a lot more like it. It's incredible to think that we've had Martin here for how long now?
It's Arizo to throw first.
I think the biggest surprise is we've never seen him win a week.
He's been close.
61.
We'd have to dig into the archives to see who beat him in a final in Southampton. I knew you'd have the answer.
Give me 2 minutes.
85.
If you can hear footsteps, by the way, that's Henry Deacon going down the steps to the Modus Super Series archive, which is down in the depths of the Portsmouth Live Lounge. He's taking his headlamp and his duster, and he's going to be bringing out scrolls from yesteryear, back in 2021, when Martin C. Thomas was making his way to the Southampton studio.
25.
He did make a final, I do remember that. But whilst Henry is looking for that, miraculously, after 11 completed games today,
100.
only 2 games have been won against throw. That was Zeboom's win against Burksfield in the first game, and Heaver's 4-0 victory against ZZ in Game 5. The rest of them have all been won on the throw.
So Martin Thomas lost in the final of Week 1 of Phase 3 in 2021. He'd lose out to Conan Whitehead on that particular occasion. But that was back in the time when we had some more truncated phases.
131.
And so the Champions Week took place after 4 weeks, with the winner, runner-up and third place player taking part as he looks at top tier for 3-1.
Game shot in the fourth
Lovely
leg.
check out and a 15 darter to take him to 3-1.
And he'd make it through to the Champions Week, where he would get through to the Saturday. And he'd actually finish in third position. He beat Kevin Vaness in a third, fourth place playoff. The winner of that particular Champions Week, a certain Jim Williams, who beat Fallon Sherrock in the final.
Oh, yeah, I remember that now.
60.
Yeah, Fallon had a really good chance of winning the whole thing, didn't she?
Which was quite ironic because Fallon Sherrock, the week she
24.
won, Jim Williams was the third place player, Wayne Warren the player in the middle of that. Mark Webster, Chaz Barstow, the other players in that Champions Week finals. The first ever Champions Week winner in this oldie livey leaguey. I'm scrolling down, there's no cheating required.
93.
Was it Richie Burnett?
Indeed it was in Phase 2 in 2021, because the first phase, you may remember, the Saturdays there wasn't anything on it. It was just 8 weeks where we just played a load of games and whatever.
45.
But he beat Sean McDonald in the final.
I remember that. Sean McDonald played 2 consecutive weeks. He did a Scott
80.
Taylor. He was cooked by the time he made that final.
Well, both players did, because Richie Burnett was the third place player in week 4. Sean McDonald won week 4, and then Burnett
58.
beat McDonald in the final. In fact, the top 3 players, James Mitchell was runner-up that week. He finished third in that particular Champions Week. Martin Adams, Conan Whitehead, Chaz
96.
Barstow, the other players to have got to that particular Champions Week finals night. Having a look at some of the other winners that year. Chaz Barstow won a Champions Week final by beating Jared Cole in the finale.
81.
Robert Thornton beat Mark Webster.
Yeah, and he also in the Champions Week final got the better of a certain Connor Scott. Matt Campbell beat
60.
Robert Owen in the final one of that year.
He won back-to-back weeks, did Matt Campbell. That was just before he went to the World Championship.
Beat Thibaut Tricol in the first final and then beat Robert Owen in the
59.
second. And our old
Theresa
pal
Yukon,
Connor Scott finished
148.
third.
What's happening here? Looking for a boom.
Game
Boom.
shot in the 5th leg. Zerizo Zeboom.
Let me hear say away, or?
Well, that is a magic moment from Zerizo Zeboom.
Throw first.
Back to 3-2, and all of a sudden this game is back on throw.
85.
Although I do enjoy having a look through the old archives from back in the day.
140.
I just appreciate the fact that you've got screenshots of all of the stuff from back then. You must have to pay for some serious
97.
memory.
Honestly, it's amazing how, as a commentator, and you know this, it's amazing as a commentator how much stuff you keep in terms
41.
of on your notepad and stuff like that, because you just never know when you're going to use it.
You do scream to me as a bit of a hoarder.
Oh, every
13.
single, I've never got rid of a notepad that I've ever used for commentary.
John Gwynn was like that. When our dear friend John was with us, he kept every single notepad from all of the sports he did.
41.
Things you just never know when it's going to be relevant one day. Like, sometimes you'll cover a game which you covered 3 seasons ago. There might be something from that game you've covered that you've written down on a notepad somewhere. It could well be relevant.
Oh, look! It's bogey number United again.
139.
It's getting a bit tiresome, actually. I think he's playing bogey number bingo. I think he's left every bogey number from 159 to 168 and 169 this week.
Well, Thomas to win it. He's seen his opponent just take out a 148. But he ain't going to get the job done with a 140. And so Zeboom looking at 106 for another ton top. And he's going to have to take it out.
That's not going to happen.
49.
I'll tell you what is about to happen.
Martin
Thomas is about to win.
Because winning is a habit that has become very much commonplace for him this week. Double 10 is found, and it is a 4-2 win for Martin Thomas. Forever dependable, forever reliable. He gets a 4-2 win. Jess Smith for Joshua Burksfield is for the final spot through to tomorrow night's final, and that's after the break.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jürgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final.
Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double four for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series champion, Jeff Smith.
The big fish. Yes,
Getting
he
shot in the
is.
big leg, Jeff Smith.
Oh, this is exceptional. He's been threatening all day and he's found 2 in this match.
So Jess Smith and Joshua Burksfield had a straight shootout to determine who's going to join Martin Thomas through to Saturday night's final. Winner stays on, the loser heads for home. It's pretty much as simple as that. Martin Thomas got another win before the break, getting the better of Zereto's Zeboom by 4 legs to 2, and that was despite Zereto finding that 1-4-8 finish in that particular contest. But for Jess Smith, his hopes of retaining the Super Series title is on the line here. However, if you have a look at the pattern of play over the course of the last 2 rounds worth of fixtures, every single game has gone to the player throwing first. Now, if that trend continues here, then Jess Smith, the silencer, will be safe in the serenity
100.
that he would be through to Saturday night's final, and the title defence would go on.
Do you not think this is a bit of a weird situation for Joshua?
100.
First things first, he makes his debut at the Modus Super Series against the defending champion. Then something like 26 hours later, he's in a shootout game with the defending champion to see if he can make Saturday for the first time. What a strange reality.
59.
And it has to be said, the record of defending champions getting to the next Saturday, let alone winning a Saturday, are not exactly the strongest of hope. We've seen in the past Jim
100.
McEwen failing to qualify through to a Saturday after winning the title. Scott Taylor lost the final. Jensen Walker in the previous series didn't make it through to the Saturday in his title defence.
100.
I do wonder what the telling factor is going to be here. Both had match darts in their fixture yesterday. If we go that deep, this is going to be super
99.
exciting.
$60. Jeff, you require 102.
102 for Jess Smith to draw first blood in this contest. He's got 6 here to get things started. And he's going to have a dart at double 18. He will do anything in his power to leave that target if he can.
He's probably the only person in the world who goes that route on that finish.
Caught the spotter out, that's for sure.
I don't think double 18's been working very well for him today. He's been spending a lot of time on double 9.
And he's going to spend more time there. Well, all of a sudden, we've reached a vital point in this game.
Joshua,
because Jess Smith has missed 4 darts and a double to go 1-0 up. And Joshua Burksfield has got a break opportunity right from the get-go. And he finds double 8. He needed a break at some point. He's found it right at the start. And all of a sudden, he is 3 legs away from qualifying through to Saturday night on debut at the expense of the defending champ.
This game can be a bit weird at times because when your best weapon doesn't work, you've got to figure out something else that will help you out. If double 18's not going to work very well, he's got to pick another route that will work.
100.
Is there a case to say that this might be one of the biggest games that Burksfield's ever played?
Without any question. He's never played on a stage like this before, in a tournament like this before. Yet he played county and he has played some big players while playing for his county in Middlesex. However, this is a completely different beast altogether.
The only way I can really explain how he's feeling right now, it'll feel like a final.
55.
But in his experience of stage darts, the closest he would have been to this would be if he'd played really late in a County A game
45
to guarantee a win for his county against another team. And trust me, when you've been in that situation, that is nerve-wracking. Because you're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for 23 other men
84
and another 10 to 12 women. That's big pressure, but this time it's solely for himself.
140.
Well, Jess Smith will chip away and chip away. And he's first to finish against the throw to try and get the break back and to limitate the damage and square up at 1 apiece.
60. Jeff, you require 116.
This is a good opportunity to break back. Change your plan. Notice how he didn't start on the 60 because 56. If he did, he was looking to lead double 18.
Joshua, you require 149.
I think he's recognised that double 18's not working.
Change it before it's too late. And he's going to get an opportunity to square things up and to pretty much cancel out the 4 missed doubles 60. In the opening leg.
Same situation as leg 1. Smith gets the first crack. Burksfield waits. This time, he doesn't get a chance. That is incredible board flexibility from Jeff Smith under pressure. So many players would have just gone to the same sort of department. But he's a bit more wily than that.
85.
And so a best of 7 becomes a best of 5 to determine who's going to join Martin Thomas through.
100.
We will have Martin Thomas back on the hockey against Jason Heaver next. 1 person stays, 1 person goes. Just like this game.
137.
We know who's staying, we know who's going, and we haven't got a clue what's going to happen in this one.
Isn't that why we watch live sport? Because we haven't got a clue what's going to happen.
It's not the theatre. There's not a script to follow.
$44.
And to be fair, even if there is a script to follow, I probably wouldn't remember it.
There's a lot of steady scoring happening here. Not a massive amount of 2 treble visits. That's very symptomatic of what happens in these kind of matches.
65.
It's enough to leave a finish. But why do we get the feeling that this game is going to be like this to the very end? It's like they're jabbing each other.
Well, we know Joshua Burksfield's got an eye for 4-3 today.
Slightly.
100. Jeff, you require 170.
Every game he's played has been 4-3. We've had one of these from Smith already. He's not going to double dip.
134.
Oh, but he's going to leave 36
Joshua,
again.
you require 141.
We'll see if his mental resolve on that target is like if Burksfield doesn't take out the 141. He's not up to the task. And so Jeff Smith here, double 18 to go 2 on to the good and to go halfway there.
Jeff, you require 36.
If I were him right now, I'd aim a little higher. Even if he misses high, give yourself a guide.
Game shot in the third leg, Jeff Smith.
I promise you that was not in the script. That's just the way he thinks.
There's no script, Nico.
Fourth leg, it's Joshua to throw first. Game on.
Jeff Smith, 2 on to the good. It's not wrestling.
85.
All right, steady on. Our good friend that we sadly lost a few years ago, Nigel Pearson, would have said you couldn't have scripted it. Nobody said that better than him.
100.
Do you know who Nigel's last game was that he commentated in darts? It was actually Canadian.
100.
It was Matt Campbell versus Nathan Aspinall in a floor final. I remember telling Matt that.
85.
And he was speechless. And what do you say to that? I think there's a message in there somewhere. Play every game like it's your last.
100.
Give everything you've got. And that's exactly what Burksfield's doing right here. Trying to hit back against Canada's best player at this level.
59. Joshua, you require
Whatever happens in
136.
this game, Joshua Burksfield can leave this building, irrespective of what the end outcome's going to be, with his head held very high. Because there was a point today where I think we were both beginning to get a little bit concerned with him. But I've got to say, the way that he's managed to kind of conjure up a response following a slow start, you've got to give him every credit in the world. Not just is he a very good player, but his temperament.
97.
When things
Joshua,
and the
you
cards are
require
stacked against him is
98.
absolutely spot on.
Yeah, that's been really impressive. Doesn't get a shot at the outer ring.
58.
Leaves himself
Jeff,
handy.
you require 160.
Smith would love to find this somehow. He's not going to. That's an interesting
90.
play.
Joshua,
60
you require
blocked.
40.
Finds a friend at the centre, just in case Burksfield does not find tops. Massive. This is the best moment for a big dart. And
No
he's missed
score.
it left.
Jeff,
That was
you
the
require
biggest start of the match
70.
so far.
And all of a sudden, from a level game, Smith can go 2 clear and then have the darts to win it in the next. That's how quickly things can change. It's double 16.
38.
1 in hand, he can't take.
I'm quite surprised, actually, that he didn't go for 12 tops, considering
Joshua,
how
you
well
require
he hit tops
40.
in leg 2.
Well, this is for 2-2.
Game shot in the fourth
Well, the best
leg,
of 7
Joshua
became a best of
Burksfield.
5 and has now become a best of 3.
There are times that it's actually good that you missed
Fifth
double
leg, it's
5 and
Jeff
hit
to
double
throw
12.
first. Game on.
It's that moment there, but the thing is, you don't know if you're coming back.
Well, the champion's grip on the title
131.
and the champion's grip on the trophy is now very much threadbare.
The way things have gone today, honestly, I think Burksfield's going to get himself a nickname.
21.
I don't know what the nickname's going to be, by the way. It's going to be Spider-like, because apparently he's like a spider who's been in to get a leg removed, because he's only got 7
60.
legs.
Well, it's slightly better than Spivey, man.
That's your fault.
Yeah, and he's bought a brand new shirt just to dispel any rumours.
140.
I don't hear anybody else calling him that. We still can't separate these two. Look at the score.
100.
This is like watching a 5,000 metre race. And they are on each other's shoulders. And someone is just
140.
waiting to make a move. 10 points between them. after 12 minutes of play.
Needs a treble here.
100.
That is a huge last dart for Jeff Smith. Puts him just about rightful favourite for the leg.
Here's a situation for you. He gets the big treble. He leaves 50. What double does he leave?
100. Jeff, you require 110.
Let's see if that's a scenario that is contemplatable. Well, he's heading downstairs to start with. And by hitting the single 7, the shot is off.
42.
And so Burksfield here is looking at a ton to break the Jeff Smith throw, and it would mean in the next leg he would have the darts to go through. Tops, surely. Gets the first. Gets the second. And that's the first real show of emotion we've seen for Joshua Burksfield all week. And the defending champion Jeff Smith is now against the hill. Because it is match point Joshua Burksfield. He has the darts here. He has the throw to go through on debut and to depose the defending champion in equal measure.
100.
That might just be one of the biggest shots of his life. Burksfield's never been here before. Smith has. And he's won 4-3 in a grand final. He's got to draw on that experience immediately. And that showing of emotion, I just wonder if that is detrimental
45.
to Burksfield. That adrenaline spike he's just felt, can he manage it?
He's never been in a situation like this before, so we don't know how he's going to react. To be perfectly honest, he probably doesn't know how he's going to react.
You can already see in the background, Smith is digging
45.
deep mentally. Physically, he'll be fine. Mentally, this has been a really tough group. A lot of people have played their best darts against him.
45.
But it all comes down to this. If he doesn't win the next 2 legs, we're not going to see him again at the Modus Super Series this year. Even though he will be here for the ADC Global Championship.
97.
Well, how deep can you dig, Jess Smith? What can you find?
95.
When the back's against the wall. He just about leaves himself on a finish. But Joshua Burksfield will feel from this situation, he's got 6 on 2-1-4 to stun the defending champion 94. And qualify through on debut. He's found a priceless last dart treble.
Yeah, that is a monstrous last dart. He's already taken out 100 with 2 double tops.
Joshua,
when Smith was sitting on a 2-darter. The 100 was one of the biggest shots of his life. This might just be the biggest.
Just underneath. Jess Smith's going to get a go. He's going to get a look at the 67. But he's left himself a double tennis, Joshua Burksfield. This has to go. The title defence of Jess Smith is solely, wholly reliant on him taking this 67 out. He's going to get 2 at double 8. He only needs the 1 at double 8.
Jeff Smith.
And the final spot through is going to go down to the final leg of this match. Winner stays on. Loser goes home. 501 points away from agony or ecstasy for this pair.
What a day Burksfield's having. 35 legs of darts today. You can't play any more.
83.
This is leg 35 for Joshua. And he's probably never felt like this before. But how good was that? How good was that 67 under
96.
pressure?
Well, that was the class of a champion from Jess Smith.
$58.
You give him 1 treble a visit, he would take it. But he's trebleless there.
A lot of darts dropping low. Perhaps a sign of tension for Joshua Burksfield.
There's no
48.
perhaps about it. You can almost taste the pressure in the live lounge right now.
100.
Did you hear the wire on the top left corner of that treble 20? It's as if the dart refused to miss.
That first dart sat perfect.
85.
Unable to follow. And after 9 darts thrown each in the last leg of this match, we have still got no clue.
12 points between them.
92.
And another 1 treble visit from Smith. There's no dispersions here because he couldn't leave a finish with the last dart. It's 6 darts from here. Burksfield's got to go bull.
92.
That's not enough. It's 6 darts from 168 for Smith.
6 darts he has, but you sense he needs to take it out in the quota of 6. He finds 2 big trebles. He perhaps may be on the cusp.
Now what does he do? In normal circumstances, it would be 7, double 18. What does he do
85.
when it's all
Jeff,
on the line?
43.
Jeff Smith, the defending Modus Super Series champion, to continue his quest to retain the title, finds double 18. The silencer shows the class and quality of a champion. His back was against the wall. His chances of retaining the trophy were right up against it. Joshua Burksfield led 3-2, didn't get a match dart, and he isn't going to get through to the finals on debut. But my word, that's a relieved man, because he is still just about in the hunt to retain his trophy. He beats Joshua Burksfield by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Jason Heaver takes on Martin Thomas. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion
Welcome back to the Super Series. We've got Jeff Smith alongside us, the defending champion. But my goodness, that title defence, that was hairy scary at times, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been put through the ringer as I've had this week. Tough Group A, and I think even tougher Group C. But man, I'm just happy that double 18 cashed in and we get to go one more time.
3-2 down. What were you thinking in that last game there against Joshua?
You've got to be kidding me. Slow down, stop hitting what you're hitting. And I did. I missed a shot at the double and put myself in that predicament like I did most of the week. But yeah, I just if I have one dart in my hand at any point in time, I know I can win a game.
Was that the key? Resolve, just whatever the situation, you feel like you can dig yourself out of it?
Yeah, yesterday I felt myself getting angry, put myself in positions that I shouldn't have been, and the game will come to you. Just wait for it. Hopefully it happens, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. There's some great players here.
Well, I've got a question on behalf of Paul Nicholson here, because double 18 was a little bit love-hate for yourself today. That final check out of 43, was there a consideration to go somewhere else, or was it always going to be double 18?
No, it's I live and die by the sword on that double, and like I said, it's won me a lot of money over the years. And if the pressure's on and I need one, I know that I can go to. So luckily enough, it went in this time.
Into tomorrow night. Different feel, isn't it, now, completely going into that?
Yeah, you're starting from scratch. Everybody's now on zero, and you've got a chance to win a major win. And there's $5,000 on the table, and trust me, I'll be ready to go.
I don't know how aware you are of this, but only one player has won a championship, then
58.
played the next Champions Week. That's a certain Luke Lee. I don't know if you've ever heard of him before.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be that's something which potentially could be a little bit of history for yourself tomorrow night.
Well, it's proof's in the pudding. I'm going to have to go have a kebab tonight because I think that's what he does, and it worked for him. And hopefully, if all ends well, then you never know. I can lift it again.
Yeah, just be careful having a kebab down this street. The newspapers have said there's a couple of dodgy ones. But we've got another game going on here. Jason Heaver up against Martin Thomas. I know you've done a little bit of commentary in the past,
60.
Jeff. So we'll put a little bit of a pundit's hat on for yourself, because Martin, so far in this group, has been absolutely superb, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's either, like I said, it's a very
36.
strange player to play against because he's either all or nothing. He comes at you, it's 140, 180, 140, 180, but he can go 45, 41, 44, but he always seems to find a way, 45. And he has a poke, he hits it. So, but Jason's probably played the best I've seen him play all week in the last couple of days, and I wouldn't put it past Jason to win this game.
I was going to say, he must be leaving tonight thinking, what could have been? Because he played well today, as you say.
Yeah, I've never seen a player average 96 and lose so many games as he does. And like I said, he's a great guy, great friend, and just unlucky that he's where he is.
Well, you're through. Many congratulations. We'll let you go, Jeff. Many congratulations. And we'll hand up to Paul Nicholson in the commentary box.
Yeah, stay away from the kebab, Jeff, and go for the chicken wings. Stick to what works. He is a chicken wing connoisseur after all. As we now go into our penultimate game
23.
with Jason Heaver taking on the group winner, that is Martin Thomas. He is safely through to Saturday night, and Heaver is safely back in the car on his way back to Newbury at the end of this one. But you could sense the relief of Smith in that interview with Henry.
95.
Had to work extremely hard over 25 games this week just to get through to Saturday night. And he can watch Group B later on tonight and bask in the stress of the likes of Heenahan.
Martin, you require 60.
And crew from 10 o'clock. Double top for Thomas to take the first leg.
20.
Jason, on this occasion,
72.
so Heaver has a chance of an 8-visit hold of throw in the first leg of this contest. Old school 72.
Game shot in the
Old
first
school
leg.
works.
Jason Heaver.
I get the feeling these guys have got along this
Second
week.
leg is Martin to throw first.
They've only spent a couple of days together, but I'm sure they've seen each other at the PDC Pro Tour as well. They've crossed paths at the right times. When Jason was holding a tour card,
95.
Martin was getting plenty of invites courtesy of a challenge to a ranking that was very, very high.
$60.
And even if you don't make Saturday and you get this one last game in your schedule, you want to leave on a win.
100.
You want to leave on a high.
$100. $136.
These guys have actually played each other back in 2021. It was at a Players' Championship in Coventry. And it was 165 by Thomas.
Martin Newcar, 170. $96. $119.
It was a pretty decent game as well.
Martin
Both averaged in the late
74.
80s. But 74 is 2 years after Martin was born.
34.
He misses
Jason
tops on this
Newcar,
occasion, so
99.
Heaver's got a chance of a 2-0 lead. And he's starting on 20s for 99. That's a bit different. He's really sucking from the old school straw here, isn't he?
53.
72
Martin
on
Newcar,
12s.
40.
79 with the treble, 13. Does it do him any good?
Game
Not
shot
on
in the
this
second
occasion, it's
leg.
1-1.
Martin Thomas.
All square.
Third leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game up.
Welcome back, Henry. We were getting a great slice of relief from that interview from Jeff. Was that the preeminent feeling?
60.
You should have seen his face when I walked into that room, and he was just somebody that was just so, as you say, so relieved to get over the line. I don't think he ever thought that there was a moment where he was going to blow. I think he was always confident that it would get through in the end, but I think he's very much of the realization that he has survived an almighty scare there.
I don't think he's going to forget the name Joshua Burksfield for a while. He's going to be telling a lot of people back home about him.
I don't think we should. And I hope that he gets another crack at this, because I think he's played well enough and he's shown enough to justify
100.
another selection in my view.
$100.
Still got one more game to come after this. James Hubbard will finish his campaign in his 10th game of the week.
100.
And Zeboom will have his last game of the week as he has the darts against the man from Norfolk.
100.
Don't forget we're back tonight from 10 o'clock. I mean, you can tune in from 10:30, but you might miss the first match. If I come in at 10:30, I might get fined for being late.
16's first. Real bag of trick shot.
Game shot in the
Nothing
third
wrong
leg.
with
Martin
that for
Thomas.
a 2-1 lead, and it is a break of throw. I am getting the feeling that I have found
Fourth
out
leg is Martin to throw
why
first. Game up.
Thomas has the C on the back of his shirt. It's not because he's won Group C before you say anything.
139.
It's because there's another Martin Thomas in Welsh darts from Glamorgan, and he wants to decipher himself away from the other one. A bit like the Martin Atkins debate.
64.
We had the assassin from Leeds, and then we had the other one from Wigan, and we call him Brackets.
97.
And it's not because he assembles cheap furniture either.
No, it's got everything to do with the fact that we had to decipher the second one from the first one. So much so because they played for England,
100.
both of them.
It would have been a bit of a problem if there was two Martin Atkins from Wigan, though. Postcode, street,
95.
favourite sweet.
You're talking about Wigan.
Oh, it'd be pie.
Favourite pie.
Good steak
60.
and ale.
Martin, you got
Cannot go
170.
wrong.
Oh, you can.
Depends where you get the pie from.
59.
There's some beautiful pie shops in that part of the world. I'll tell you what, there's a really nice pie shop in Petersfield, which is run by a guy who got to the final of The Apprentice a couple of years ago.
125. Martin,
Why am I just learning this now?
I'll tell you more. Now then, Martin.
71.
The 111 doesn't go.
Jason, you got
And that
152.
was thrown in a real flash.
Oh, that was mystifying. He threw that third dart, did Thomas, like it was a hot pie.
122.
I think I know what I'm going to be having for dinner
Martin,
now.
you require 40.
Tots for Thomas. For 3-1 lead. Trailed this game 1-0. But this double five will put him 2 legs in front.
30. Jason,
I promise you that was a dart for double five.
Game shot.
Well, this
report
game
there,
makes no
Jason
sense.
Heaver.
Absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Fifth leg is Jason to throw first.
Just a reminder that we've got one more game following this.
100.
That's worked out pretty well, but at the start of that visit, it's as if somebody said to Jason Heaver, freeze. Hold it right there, punk.
96.
I don't know what he was doing.
Well, he's done a cha-cha slide into the fives there, which means a potential 9-dart attempt is off.
You shouldn't know what a
44.
cha-cha slide is. Not at your age.
Well, I think Jason there has tried to catch
11.
a fly. Has missed the fly. Not the first thing he's missed today. And Martin Thomas is trying to keep it together as Jason Heaver completely loses his head.
Yeah, Jason's gone. He's absolutely gone. Give that man a pair of chopsticks. See if he can do a Daniel
95.
LaRusso. If he does catch the pesky fly, he'd be doing Group B a favour. Kevin Painter was getting annoyed by the fly last night.
46.
Now he's attacking Martin Thomas. Even Sam Spivey gave a frown, which is as much facial reaction you'd ever see from him on a stage.
58.
Never a dull moment in darts here.
This is where we needed Scott
95.
Mitchell, wasn't it? Chief
Jason,
Pest
you got
Control.
124.
Is he really?
If you ever have a problem with animals, just call Scott Mitchell.
74.
Did he just go treble 12 on 86?
60.
Yes, so
Jason,
I
you
have a
require
weird
50.
suspicion as to where he's going to go here. 10 for tops!
Game
Well,
shot
do you
on
know
the
what?
fifth leg,
Funny darts
Jason
is better
Heaver.
than good darts. And that has given us a bit of a chuckle.
All right,
Sixth leg is
that's
Martin
new.
to throw first.
We've been in this sport a long time. I think even Martin hasn't
Game on.
seen that before.
And then Martin Thomas floats it. He can't keep it together. This is turning into a bit of a shambles, this.
96.
I would love to know what goes through Jason's mind every now and again. He's been so entertaining this week. I said it yesterday afternoon. I'm going to say it again. This guy is a case study.
100.
You want to get into the mind of a dart player? Speak to Jason Heaver for a few hours and figure out what's going on.
100.
Do you know what, Henry? Some people come into this place, they give their best, they leave. And then within 6 months,
100.
we forget their experience here. But
this week, Jason Heaver has left an indelible print on this place, even though he's not playing on Saturday.
89.
I'll tell you what, though, there's a good idea for the social media department.
100.
Dart players failing to catch a fly compilation. Because there's a fair few examples of them this week.
I've been on the Ali Pali stage and slapped a wasp.
60.
Genuinely. It was annoying me against Beness. And I don't like wasps. And I just said, right, you're getting it. And I gave it a right hook.
139.
Ironically, it was the only thing you hit in that contest.
Behave you.
You know, it was a game that well remembered in Ali Pali history that they even turned the lights out.
62.
Anyway, this for the match. And it could well be lights out for Jason Heaver, but with a win. It's double top to seal it.
42. Martin, you require 96.
I'm going to stop speculating how people are going to go for shots. Well, surely Heaver is going to go for double 10 to finish this off.
Jason, you require
It's a smart
20.
thing to do. Could he be the second person to beat Thomas this week?
2 10s to wrap it up. 2 10s found to
Game
wrap it
shot
up.
and the
Well,
match, Jason
a mystifying, hilarious, shambolic, you put your own title to it kind of match, and it ends with another farce as the pair have a little bit of a scrap with one another. Tell you what, they're two people that I wouldn't really want to have a fight against, but it's all love after warfare. A game played in great spirits. Next up, Zaleta Zeboom and James Hubbard will round the day off.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
So, final game. And it's a match between Tereso Zeboom and James Hubbard. And this is for the right to win game 15. Because James Hubbard can only finish 5th and Tereso Zeboom can only finish 6th. And so let's enjoy another game of darts, shall we? A final game of darts. A game of darts which will go down as a game of darts. But we've got darts. And that's all that matters, Mr. Nicholson.
Yeah, meant to that.
First leg, it's Ariso to throw first. Game on.
This is a swan song game. And we start with a fly again. So apparently Jason Heaver didn't do his job. Well, he did win, which was his job. As for James Hubbard, he could be the first person, if he can win this game, to break the throw and win a match since Jason Heaver beat ZZ
43
4-0 in game 5. We've had a massive streak of wins with people throwing first.
100.
That's the way it's supposed to be. Doesn't often happen that way, but today has been one of those days.
Well, we've got a bit of time in this game
to
kind of rule the roost as to what's happened in this group. Martin Thomas just kind of did the job he had to do today, really. Nothing more, nothing less than that in terms of qualification, anyway.
Very much so. Had an excellent start. And even though he had a slow start in his first couple of games today, he was able to get out of the games 49. With wins. A bit like a long-distance runner who has created this massive gap between himself and the peloton.
140.
Or the chasing pack, however you want to put it. And he's so far ahead that he just can't catch him in the last lap.
$46. The reset you require 140.
So 6 darts and 140 for ZZ. For the treble 16 to leave the double.
92.
Just valuable experience for ZZ this week?
Oh, massive experience. And the position he's in, he's got a very good chance of qualifying for the Global Championship. So to have a week on the stage ahead of that tournament is going to be the type of experience that he cannot buy.
First legs, Ariso Zeboom.
He finds the double 16 there to go a leg to the good. And look, we've seen players in the past have that one experience on the stage.
First, game on.
Someone like Marvin Van Velde is a very good example of that. An experience on the stage. May not go to the type of plan that they would have wanted it to, but then come back a second time a better player as a result.
140.
So we'll be hoping that he kind of follows in those particular footsteps.
82.
We were talking about one of our favourite Cypriot players earlier in the year because he played the ADC Global Championship first, then played the Modus Super Series after. Do you think playing this first and then the ADC Global after is better?
100%. 100%, because with the greatest of respect, the ADC Global Championship tournament you worked the whole year for, and it's £60,000 top
41.
prize. If you're a player, look, you look at prize pots first, you look at purses first. So if you're going to prioritise one over the other, you're going to prioritise the tournament where it's 60 bags to the winner.
48.
And the other thing as well is he's had a whole week on the stage to acclimatise to himself. At the Global Championship, you've got 1 day. 1 day, 6 games, that's your lot. Sayonara. Good night if you don't qualify. And it should be ruthless and relentless. They're playing for big money, a big championship.
140.
You want life-changing money? Change your life.
We don't hand out checks
60.
like confetti at a Greek wedding.
116.
That's a nice marker. But that's something that James has got to work on.
98.
Okay, that was interesting. He's left double 9. Yeah, he's just figured it out.
95. James, you require
He genuinely
18.
thought he was leaving 16. I've seen this before.
Game
The old
shot in the
666
second leg,
trick.
James Hubbard.
You don't see that often anymore. It used to be quite commonplace.
Third leg, it's Zariso to throw first. Game on.
All square, one apiece.
100.
Would you like to know the content on Pluto TV between the end of this session and the beginning of the next?
Well, seeing as you're twisting my arm metaphorically, why not?
Well,
40.
these are the programs that you can enjoy after we are done here. So, coming up next is a Break of Throw series, which features
60.
9 Dart Heroes Part 2, where you're going to break down 9 Dart players from here. So, Jasper Scarrett, Lee Cox and Tommy Lishman. And then we're going to be Tungsten Talking with Vincent van der Voort.
100.
You did that one as well.
That was great fun.
Tell you what, you've got a lot of airtime today, pal. And then
63.
because you're back again after that. What's this? Pluto TV or Paul Nicholson TV? For a recap of Series 11, you and Laura Turner are going to be looking back at that. And then we've got an audience with Phil Taylor.
91.
That involves Murph. Then we've got, before the live darts gets underway, guess what? You again. Me and you this time.
60.
Talking to Samuel Spivey on the Tungsten Talk. Spivey man himself. And then, guess what?
60.
We get more of you tonight from 10 o'clock. So basically, if you like Paul Nicholson, tune into Pluto TV, because you're going to see a lot of him tonight.
39.
Nico night.
And you.
Yeah, but we want people to watch.
In the words of Gorilla Monsoon, would you stop?
100.
This is steady from James. That's about the best compliment I can pay it right now.
59.
But
James,
you
you
can't
require
blame these
110.
guys for being a little bit... Let's say they're flagged a little bit. He's gone next door on the trebles on all 3 darts. That was a very peculiar visit. Wow. You don't see that often at all. Next door, next door, and next door.
What we call an every visit. Going around the wrong houses.
It's like a triple
85.
Goldilocks.
James, you require 41.
Double 60 to break the throw and go 2-1 to the good.
9.
That bed
Zariso,
has
you
not
require
been good to him
40.
the last couple of days. Double 10 hasn't been great for Zeboom.
Game
But
shot
it is
the
this
third
time
leg,
for a 2-1 lead.
Zeboom.
So 2-1 up. And halfway towards bookending his day
Fourth
with
leg is
wins. Won his
James to
first
go
match
first.
4-3
Game
against
on.
Joshua Burksfield. And looking to win this final game of the session against Juarez.
$140.
ZZ wins this game. You have 3 players on 6 points for the day and 3 players on 4
58.
points for the day. It can't be any closer than that in a daily campaign.
Well, the drama and the tension, as I say, will resume from 10 o'clock tonight. And don't forget
140.
that we've got more darts tomorrow. We've got more Paul Nicholson tomorrow when we have the ADC Tour Championship final from
41.
12:30.
It's not about me. It's about the ADC. And it's about that crystal trophy being lofted by somebody tomorrow, and it could well
22.
be the biggest win of somebody's career tomorrow.
$95. $59.
You don't expect Zeboom to leave a bogey number from this position.
135. James,
You've got to be kidding me.
140.
Seriously?
One more just for good measure. But that time, that was a slip. Up at 6 of 140 to level this game up at 2-2.
64.
He really does give those darts a good whip, doesn't he? Like Indiana Jones, minus the hat. Hubbard needs tops for a 2-2 scoreline.
56. Zarizo, you require 112.
Well, he's already had a 148 today, but he's not going to find a 112. Trying to move to the right side, trying not to capture dart 2, and as a consequence, he's straight into the single 1.
James, you require 20.
So Hubbard to level this game up. Has more chances. One more double 10.
Game
in it
shot in the
goes,
fourth
through the
egg.
posts
James
and in. And we are all square at 2-2.
Fifth egg is
Might be getting to the
Zarizo
point
throw first.
where
Game
you don't
on.
want this experience to end. It's a great place to play darts. You're not going through to Saturday, but
45.
you're thinking to yourself, I love playing under these lights. You don't want to go home. You want to keep playing. If you're saying to yourself right now, I'm glad this is
121.
over, then you've got to have a really stiff word with yourself. Even after 25 games, if you're this guy, or 10 games,
121.
if you're the other one.
You've got to want more and more and more. That's what the elite players want. The elite players tend to
97.
do.
You've got to strike a balance as well. It's as difficult as it's ever been to strike a balance between
140.
professional darts, semi-professional darts, amateur darts, and your home life. It is extremely difficult.
Well, you look at some of the players on the Pro Tour, there's a lot of times where you're
120.
spending 10 days away from home, away from family, away from this, away from that. And that's just accounting for professional events, let alone maybe things like exhibitions or other local
133.
comps you might think about
It's
playing.
nothing new, Henry. It's nothing new. For years, we used to travel the world in August, and we were away for a month. We'd go to Australia, to Canada, to America. Sometimes a few little trips in between. We would leave straight after the match play,
77.
and we get home at the start of
Zarizo, you
September.
require 62.
I think bounce out of the week has just happened. And we have a
Game
3-2
shot in the
lead
fifth egg. Zarizo,
for the man named Boom.
Yeah, we've got a fair few contenders for bounce out of the week this week.
Sixth egg is James.
Well,
to
we've
go
had a lot of
first.
collisions
Game
this
on.
week, but that was a genuine bounce out. I think there's a great deal of confusion about the terminology. If you hit a wire and it hits the floor, it's a bounce out.
125.
If it collides with a flight and goes to the floor, that's a fallout.
I love what Scott Mitchell calls it. Well, that was a dart on dart out.
57.
In his beautiful Dorset accent.
There's some serious dexterity there from Hubbard.
140.
That dart nearly fell out of his hand. He grasped it and still hit the treble 20. It was like a brilliant juggling act, that.
100.
However, he's been put in the position of show closer, knowing that his run at the circus is over.
77.
When the lights go down and the morning comes, he's not going to still be there, trying to throw darts to win.
58.
Just to explain something here, James Hubbard has left a bogey number in consecutive legs. On both occasions, it's not his fault. One was from a bounce out. The other one, he couldn't leave a finish anyway. Well, actually, I'll retract that because he hit treble 18 to leave 159, didn't he? If he'd gone 19s or to 20s, he could have. So, sorry, James, that was your fault.
60.
Well,
require 54.
It looks like we're going all the way. Double 20.
34.
Does not go, but he's got time.
Or as they say in Dutch, doppel 20.
59. James, you require 20.
So 2 10s to take us the distance. And it
James shot the
goes.
6th leg. James
And
Hubbard.
we've got one final leg. One last leg in this Group C.
7th and final leg, it's Zariso to throw first.
If ZZ wins this leg, 2 games today would have been
60.
done on a break of throw. That's it. 13 holes. But if Hubbard wins, he will stop the streak.
And one of them, admittedly, was a 4-3 to Cerezo right at the very start of the day. The power has been in the throw.
121.
Which means our next program being called Breaker Throw is somewhat ironic.
Yeah, but that's a play on words, isn't it? It's breaking a throw down.
81. 57.
Well, 2 tired players who have endured dejection over the course of the last few hours, playing out the last knockings of their campaigns.
Whatever you've got
60.
left here, give it. But ZZ, do not leave 263.
58.
Hubbard's got a chance of winning this 4-3. He can clear 220 in 6 darts. He's done better than that this week.
134.
Well, that's a quality set-up play to leave a 186 to cross the line a 4-3 winner. For Cerezo, started off
58.
the day.
James, you require 86.
With a win against Joshua Burksfield. Looks like it's only going to be the solitary win a day for him. Hubbard has surely had a bit of a moment there. 68
54.
left, and he's decided to go for the single 20.
Zarizo,
He's
you
gambling,
require
isn't he?
147.
He was right, though. That was a risk. But sometimes risks pay
81.
off.
James, you require 32.
So this double 16 for James Hubbard to get over the line and to seal the 4-3 success. To end his day of a win. 2 8s now. 2 8 Scott,
on the match,
and James Hubbard ends the day with a win. He beats Zarizo Zeboom by 4 legs to 3 to bring this group to a close. So a 4-3 win for James Hubbard rounds off the day's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We can see the stats now for you. Hubbard winning by 4 legs to 3. So that is what we saw in the last game. This is how the end of the session panned out here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These are the results from the final few games of the session. And the final few games looks as follows. Hubbard beat Zeboom 4-3. The big one was third from last. Jess Smith beating Joshua Burksfield by 4 legs to 3. And that saw him through alongside Martin Thomas at the top of the table. It was Tomo that went on to win it in the end, amassing 16 points from his campaign. Jess Smith getting through with 12 points to his name. Joshua Burksfield narrowly missing out, but what a debut campaign he's had. Hopefully we'll see him back in the future. This is how the tournament bracket looks then, because the pair of Martin Thomas and Jess Smith, well, they joined Joe Croft through to Saturday night's final. He won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Tonight we'll see Group B come to a close, where it's John Henderson and Jamie Owens who are in control of their situation. They find themselves the pair on 6 points at the top of the table, but Sam Spivey and Connor Heenahan chasing them down. So this is what's coming up across Pluto TV over the course of the next few hours. Next up is the Breaker Throw, which has a look at players who have hit 9 darters in this building. Then Group B comes to a close later on tonight. John Henderson at the top of the table. He was the bookmaker's favourite going into the action last night, and he's looking to get the job done. Then tomorrow we're going to see the defending champion Jess Smith, who just about got over the line today. He's going to be in action from 7:30, and then Week 8 will get underway on Monday morning from 9:30. Tom Sykes, one of these star names, in action there. From the asset, Paul Nicholson and myself, Henry Deacon, thank you so much for your company. We'll see you from 10 o'clock tonight. Until then, thank you so much for watching. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes!
What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff